உல்லாசம் தந்த நித்யானந்தனே. நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு 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 நித்யானந்தனே.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Again, wash your hand. With the tips of the right hand, index, middle, and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Again, wash your hand. With the tips of the right hand, index finger and thumb join together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb join together, touch the right eye, the left eye, the right ear, and the left ear. Again, wash your hand. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel center, the right chest, the left chest. The tips of all 5 fingers joined together, touch above the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder, and then the heart center. Again, wash your hand. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa.
Now, as we begin the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, take a moment to first set your conscious resolution. Visualize yourself in the way you want to manifest your body. Visualize the perfect health, yourself relieved of all diseases. Whether you want to have a breakthrough in the flexibility aspect, in the strength aspect of your body, visualize yourself being able to do that. And now we will begin the Sankalpa mantra.
ओम ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये क्रोधिनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतु कुंभमासे कृष्णपक्षे त्रयोदश्यां शुभतिथौ भौमवासरयुक्तायां श्रवणनक्षत्र वर्यन्योग गरजकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रभक्त्र श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा विजापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राणजीमूत परमतकल्प केसरी सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य पांड्य महाराज गुरु श्रवण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद ऋषभध्वज स्थापक समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्यर्जित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्र साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी वंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्ताभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगत गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगत गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध बल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन कुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र योगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये ओम अप उपस्पृश्य please wash your hand tanudani of water
Yes, now we are going to be beginning with the skeleton dance. So let's all get up. Let's all get up on our feet. Everyone stand up. Please stand on top of your feet and close your eyes. Bring the visualization of your complete body becoming just bones. Now slowly start loosening your body, your hands, your fingers, your legs, and feel that all five of the four limbs on your head have become independent. They have got their own independent intelligence and moving like snakes in various different directions without any particular pattern or order. Start randomly and intensely shaking your body in every direction. Drop all of the laziness, tiredness, boredom, lethargy that you're experiencing, that you're having at Swamiji's feet. Slowly start increasing the intensity. Move back and forth in your mat. Continue to keep the visualization of the skeleton, that your body has become completely just bones. Intensely shake your body now. Shake, 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 shake. Go wild with your visualization and the movement of your body. Do not have any sort of pattern or organized way of moving your body. Intensely shake. Slowly, very slowly, relax. Take a moment to just relax yourself and come to a stable position. Do not adjust anything. Just bring the awareness to the breath, the inhalation and exhalation. Just focus on inhaling and exhaling. And the inhalation and exhalation of your body as deep as your knees. Visualize and feel the air going all the way from your knees up inside your lungs, taking as much of prana as possible. And then when you exhale, all of that unwanted toxins from your system leaving the body. Feel your heart slowly settling down, relaxing. Now, slowly open your eyes. Now, if you need, you can adjust your mat, your dress, whatever you want to adjust, and then come to a seated position. We're going to be moving into the first asana of today. So today we are starting from asana 280. We are almost completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Let's begin with the first asana, which is Swastikasana. Since Swastikasana, we are going to just sit in a cross-leg position. So there's a particular way of sitting. We'll focus on show you how the legs have to be. So each of your leg, the soles of your leg has to be between the gaps of the calves and thighs. So we are showing it to you now. So the right leg will be in the gap of the thighs and calves of the left leg, and the same with the left sole. Keep your back straight and place your palms in a comfortable position on your thighs, on your knees. And now gaze to your nose. So we are performing the visualization of swastika. So the swastika is the symbol of peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. And perform the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. The Jiva Chala Kumbhaka is inhale, visualize the prana going all over your system, and then exhale. Perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineum. And continue to hold the visualization and the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in your throat center.
जानोर्गोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समासीनः स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Relax. Now we are going to be moving into the next asana, Gorakshasana. So in Gorakshasana, you're going to continue to be seated in the same position. Just the placement of your hand is going to change. So bring the palms and cover the ankle of the respective leg. So you can see how the Acharya is placing their hand. So just cover your ankles from the outside. And now we are going to be performing the Jalandhara Bandha. So inhale as deeply as possible, lock the chin to the chest, hold the breath and visualize the prana moving all over your body as in the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. And when you can't hold on anymore, exhale. This time we'll be performing the Mula Bandha as well. Now inhale once again, lock your chin to the chest, hold the breath inside, visualizing the prana moving all over your body, and then exhale. In this asana, keep your gaze at the nose and visualize the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
जानोर्गोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रमवलोकयेत् गोरक्षासनमित्याहुर्योगीनां सिद्धिकारणम्.
Yes. Now we are going to be moving into the next asana, which is Bhagāsana 2. So the Bhagāsana is where we are going to be performing the Shanmukhi Mudra. So the Shanmukhi Mudra we had performed a few days before. Once again, we'll recap the Shanmukhi Mudra for all of you. So the Shanmukhi Mudra is where you're going to lock all of your senses using the hands. So now let's perform. First watch the screen. Let us all first watch the screen, and once we see how to perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, all of us will perform the Shanmukhi Mudra as well. So now first is close the mouth with the little and index finger of both your hands. So with both of your hands, close your mouth. And next, with the middle finger, you're going to gently place it on the nostrils. With the index finger, you're going to close the eyes. And with the thumb, you're going to place it on the ears. So this is the Shanmukhi Mudra. So let's all perform the Shanmukhi Mudra together in this asana. So you're going to inhale, take a deep breath, and then lock the, so you will keep your hands already on the mouth. So the little finger and ring on the mouth, on above and below the lips, closing the mouth. The index finger on the nose, the middle finger on the nose, the index finger on the eyelids, and the thumb on the ears. So when you inhale, you're going to inhale and gently close the nostrils with your index finger, with your middle finger. And when you can't hold on anymore, you will exhale. But do not remove the hands from the posture. Okay? So in the same seated position, perform the Bindu Mudra. The Shanmukhi Mudra. And visualize Swamiji in your inner space. During this asana, you're going to gaze to your third eye. Lock the eyes in the third eye and perform the Mula Bandha. And continue to hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
वामपार्श्वो गुदं स्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजघने मध्यमातर्जन्यङ्गुष्ठैः नासादृष्टिश्रुतिक्रमैः छाद्यापेज्जिनं भ्रुविर्मनोलात्वा स्थिरं मनः एवं विधासनं यत्र तत्र साधो भगासनम्.
Relax slowly, very slowly. Place your hands by your side. And now we move into the next asana, which is Yogasana 2. So here we are going to change the position of our feet. Okay. So now we are going to place the feet on top of opposite knees. Okay. So place your feet on top of opposite knees. So it is like Padmasana. It is just, instead of placing the leg all the way on the opposite thigh, we are going to be placing the feet on the knees. Okay. And if you are not able to place your feet, both feet, then you can place one foot alone in Ardha Padmasana. So place one foot alone in Ardha Padmasana, and the other foot you can place it in front of your leg and slowly try to pull the leg on top. So place the heel first, then you can try lifting the leg off the ground and holding it, and then you can try to slowly pull it onto your thighs. So let's all take a moment to bring ourselves into the seated position, placing our feet on top of opposite knees. And keep your back straight. So the position of your hands, is you are going to be placing the back of the palms on the side of your body. So keep the back of your palms on the side of your body with the fingers pointed upwards, with the fingers facing upwards. So we'll show from the side as well. Just relax your palms, relax your hands by the side of your body, and keep the gaze to your nose. So in this asana, we are going to be performing a new kumbhaka. This is called the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka. So without touching the front of the teeth, place the tongue near them. And then inhale through the mouth, making the lips like a beak of a crow, basically contracting your lips. This is the practice of the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka. So inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nose. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Moola Bandha, tightening the perineum, lock the perineum, and continue to hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानो चरणो कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः आसनोपरि संस्थाप्य चोत्तानं करयुग्मकं पूरकैर्वायुमाकृष्य नासाग्रमवलोकयेत् योगासनं भवेदेतत् योगीनां योगसाधने.
Yes. Now you can relax your mouth. So the next asana is Urdhva Kukutasana. So Urdhva Kukutasana is where we will be continuing to place our legs in the Padmasana. So this time you can pull your feet even closer inside. Okay. So the previous asana we had the feet on the knees, opposite knees. This asana we are going to be placing our feet on the opposite thighs itself. So let's all place our feet on the opposite thighs. Basically, we are sitting in Padmasana. Let's all place our legs in Padmasana. If you want, you can take a moment to, switch your legs. If you place the right leg on top, you can place the left one on top this time. So whichever you are sitting, you can switch the leg. And now place the palms on the side of your buttocks. Okay, place the palms on the side of the buttocks and keep your hands as close to your body as possible. Okay, so some of us are much better in this asana where we are going to be lifting our body off the ground. So you're going to lift your entire body off the ground. So if you can lift your body off the ground, try to do it so. Lift it as high as possible. And now for those of us who are not able to lift, first lift the buttocks off the ground. Keep the knees on the ground and lift just the buttocks off the ground. Okay? Now from this position, you're going to allow yourself to be here. Stay in this position and hold. And once you're able to stay here, try to lean back. So as you lean back, the center of gravity moves in your body and you're able to slowly lift your legs as well off the ground. So you're going to be tightening your abdominal muscles over here. The main key body part that is going to be lifting the entire legs is the abdominal muscles. So you might even feel your body shivering, quivering. That's fine. It's just your abdominal muscles tightening up. And you also need to use your hands, right? As I mentioned earlier, you're going to keep your hands as close to the body as possible. Okay, as close. You want your elbows to touch the side of your body. You want your hands, you want your palms almost even under your foot, under your thighs. And press the hands towards the body, which will give you additional grip to keep your body off the ground. Okay, so by performing this asana, we are strengthening our shoulders, we are strengthening our wrists, we are strengthening our fingers, hands and abdominal muscles. So it's a very powerful asana. Let's all try. So if you're able to lift off the ground, or if you're not able to, and some of us are not able to perform Padmasana, for those of us who are not able to perform Padmasana, continue to keep one leg on the ground and same, lift the butt off the ground and hold over there. So even if you're not lifting your legs completely off, you're still going to get the effect of this asana. You're still going to be strengthening your shoulders, your hands and your abdominal muscles are going to be engaged. So lift the buttocks off the ground and stay there as long as you can. When you can't, relax. Take a moment, take a quick breather of 2 to 3 seconds and again lift up. So let's all once do this asana for 10 seconds. Let's all lift up first 10 seconds. So make sure legs are in Padmasana. Let's keep our hands. On your mark, get set, go. Lift your legs off the ground. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Great. A lot of us were able to lift off the ground. That's beautiful. In Kailasa, Los Angeles, female side, there is someone lying down. If that person is fine, you can please ask them to just be seated and follow along with us. So we are not done with the asana yet. Just take a minute to, rotate your wrists, loosen them out. Take a moment to just loosen the wrist. Push it back, push it down. Just open and close your fingers. Yes. Now we are going to be performing the asana once again. So once again, place your hands on the ground. Bring your feet back into Padmasana. This time we are going to be visualizing a rooster in our inner space, performing the Mula Bandha and lift our body off the ground. Vashishtamata kaundinyam urdhva kukkutam evacha ashtavakramatotanam mayuram setu bandhanam. relax, lower the body onto the mat. And now we are going to be moving into the next asana. So the next asana is Sidharali asana. So in Sidharali asana, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana. If you're able to sit in Padmasana, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana. Now place your hands in between of your feet. Okay, so you're going to not place your hand in the gaps of the thighs and calves. No, you're going to be placing your hands in between of the feet. So we lift it and we lift our legs and show you. So see, if you see over here, he's not placing his hands to the gap of the thighs and calves. He's just placing it behind both the feet, in front of the perineum. So now you're going to be placing your hand there and keep your feet on the ground. That is all. So this is a simple asana. Just place your hands through the gap. We are not lifting our body. Do not lift your body off the mat. Continue to be seated. So continue to be seated and just place your hand over there. Okay, let's take a minute to all put our hand through the legs and be seated. So once again, showing to you how to do that. Just place it behind the feet. And now in this asana, visualize Swamiji in the inner space and perform the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka. So let me repeat the instructions of the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka. Contract the lips, open the teeth lightly, keep them apart. Place your tongue in between of the teeth, but do not touch the teeth to the tongue. And inhale through the mouth as deep as possible. Hold the breath there for a second and then slowly exhale through the nose. Let's perform the Kumbhaka again. Contract the mouth, contract the lips. Place the tongue in between of the teeth of the upper and lower teeth. Inhale through the hollow of the mouth. Hold the breath for a second and then exhale. Visualize Swamiji in this asana and gaze at your nose and continue to perform the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे अस्तुतो गोहोडासन दिधरे हृदय हथेली भूधरी राखे ओझा कोणासन में राखे दृष्टि हथेली की है जहाँ आसन लगवा राखे तहाँ नासा दृष्टि अचल ठहरावे सिद्धहस्तरी नाम कहावे.
Yes. So now we're moving into the next asana, which is Hamasana. So once again in Hamasana, we are going to be lifting our body off the ground. Okay, so in Hamasana, we are going to lift our body off the ground. So let's all keep our legs, continue to keep our legs in Padmasana. So again, for this asana, you can switch your legs if you want. You can place the right leg over the left or the left over the right. So bringing that balance of comfort between both the legs. So now you're going to be placing your hands between the gaps of the thighs and calves. So we'd also like to show you a simpler way of putting your hands through the gaps of the thighs and calf. So let's all stretch our legs in forward. Let's all stretch our legs in front of us. So now you're going to be bending one of your leg, whichever leg you want. Bend whichever leg you want and place it on the opposite thigh. And at the same time, you're going to keep your hand inside of your calves, between your calves and thighs. Okay? So keep your hand in between and with the other leg, you're going to raise the other leg and place it onto the opposite thigh. So when you bring your leg, you are going to be crossing the leg on top of your elbows already. Yes. So you can see. So this will, if you are not very comfortable with Padmasana, you can do this. The thing with this is it will not bring your hands will not be in equal position, but it is much easier for you to put your hands through the calves and thighs. Okay, so if you are able to do it, if you're able to put your hands without this shortcut, you can do that. That is much better. But if you need little more help with putting your hands through, you're not very comfortable, you can use this as well. So now once you have placed your hands through the gap of the thighs and calves, now we are going to be lifting our hands, lifting our body off the ground. So let us all try to lift our body off the ground. So first make sure your hands are all the way your legs are all the way to your elbows. Place your hands as close to your buttocks as possible, and then you can even rock yourself forward. So when you rock yourself forward, you're going to give yourself some momentum. If you try to kind of place your hands by the sides and lift your body, you may face little more difficulty. So you can rock yourself into the asana, and when you're in the asana, you want to lean forward. So lean a bit forward. This will bring some more balance into the asana. Let's all take a moment to try and lift ourselves off the ground. All the participants, you can try to lift yourself off the ground. If you're already able to, try to pull the legs as high as possible. So try to bring the legs as high as possible to your elbow, if you're able to, and stay there as long as possible. When you're not able to stay, then you can slowly come down. So for those participants who are not able to perform the Padmasana, you can place just one leg, continue to sit in Ardha Padmasana, and you can lift the body off the ground. So even if the front of your legs are still on the ground, if your knees are on the ground, that is fine. But at least let us try that. So lift your buttocks at least off the ground and stay on your hands. So your knees will be on the ground. Maybe if you're not able to perform the full Padmasana, one of your foot will be on the ground and your hands will be on the ground, but you're lifting your entire buttocks and thighs off the ground. So as we perform these asanas, it's going to strengthen our wrists, hands and shoulders. So let us all take a moment to first come into asana now, and we are going to stay over there for 10 seconds. So 3, 2, 1. Lift your body off the ground. Visualize a swan in your inner space.
कुकुटासना स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तम् ऊरूनि नीत्वा तिष्ठेत् हंसासनं भवति.
Slowly, very slowly, relax, come down, remove your hands from your legs. Let's once again just roll out our wrists. Take a moment to just roll your wrists, pull them back and forth, open your fingers, push the hand as back as possible, all sides, relax the wrist. And now we are going to be coming into the next asana, which is Kurmasana. Okay, so for this asana, I want once again all of the participants to bring your awareness to the screen. Please watch the screen. We'll first perform the asana for all of you, and then you can try the asana. Okay, so from Padmasana, you're going to be raising onto the knees, and once you raise onto the knees, you're going to be placing your hands inside the gap of the thighs and calves. So behind the legs, like how we did for Sidharali asana. So you're going to be placing your hands not through the thighs and calves, but behind the foot, next to the in front of the perineum. So place your hands and then interlace the fingers behind you and push your hands as back as possible. And interlace your hands. Continue to keep your hands interlaced in this asana. So this is Kurmasana. So let's all perform this asana together. All the participants can now perform this asana. Come on to your hands and knees in Padmasana. Keep your legs in Padmasana. So keep your legs in Padmasana. Put your hands through the gap behind the legs. So if you're not having enough gap behind the legs, then you can push your Padmasana a bit forward. Right? So like you'll be placing your legs more closer towards the knees instead of on the thighs. So push the legs backward so that you get some more room to place both of your hands behind the feet. Okay, so now let's all come on to our hands and legs. Place your hands through the thighs. So even if you're not able to perform Padmasana, that is fine. You can, instead of placing both the legs on top of the thighs, from Ardha Padmasana. So from Ardha Padmasana, you can come on to your knees and place your hand in between of your legs and interlace the fingers behind your buttocks and lean forward. So the more forward you lean, the lesser strain will be there on the hands. Okay, so let's all get into the asana and visualize a bow. Visualize yourself as the bow of Lord Shiva, of Lord Paramashiva.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ा संधि माही करी तरे तरफ दूसरी कर दो आने कोन्या ऊपर संधि ले ठाने.
Okay, relax. Slowly remove your hands from the gaps of your thighs and come to a seated position with your legs in Padmasana. So the next asana is Kurmasana. Okay, the next asana is Kurmasana, where we are going to be visualizing ourselves as a turtle or a tortoise. Now, from Padmasana, you're going to be inserting your hands between the gap of the thighs and calves. Okay, so you can use whichever method, the one we showed earlier, where which is the easier way to put your hands through the gaps of the thighs and calves, or you can insert your hands through the legs after putting the Padmasana. So once you do that, you're going to be bringing your legs as back as possible. So bring your legs as back as possible. And then interlace the fingers around the neck. So bring your bring your hands and fingers as back as possible. So if you're able to hold your ears, that's fine. If you're able to hold your shoulders, that's fine. If you're able to hold your neck, that is fine. So interlace the fingers around the neck. Okay, let's take a moment to try this asana. So bring your hands and hold your ears. If you want an easier variation, you can roll onto your back, right? If you want an easier variation, you can roll onto your back, that's fine. And continue to try this asana. So when you do this, you won't have the problem of balancing. So even though there is a separate asana for this posture itself, we can start doing this now itself. If you want some more balance, you're not able to balance on the buttocks, then you can roll onto your back and try this same asana. So for all of us who are able to balance, you can balance and hold on to your ears or shoulders. And if you're not able to do Padmasana, that is fine. Once again, that is fine. Do the Ardha Padmasana. Place one leg on top of the opposite thigh and then bring the hands as close to the ears or shoulders as possible. So do the same asana with the legs in Ardha Padmasana. Yes, beautiful. Kailasa, Bolivia. All of you are trying. So in this asana, continue to perform the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, and doing the Mula Bandha will help you balance in this asana. So tightening the perineum will bring some more balance in this asana. And continue to hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण पावा दाई जंग परिबाई ल्यावा पहल्या अंशरघाले हाथा.
Okay, relax. You can open out your legs for a moment. Just roll your ankles as well, clockwise and anti-clockwise. Push the ankle, push the toes forward, and then pull it backward. Yes. So now the next asana is Granthibhedasana. So Granthibhedasana is a continuation of the same asana with just the Jalandhara Bandha, the addition of the Jalandhara Bandha. So let's all try this asana now. Let's all get into Padmasana or Ardha Padmasana. So let's all get into Padmasana or Ardha Padmasana and bring your hands as close to your head as possible. And now you're going to tuck your chin into the chest. As you visualize Paramashiva in this asana, tuck your chin to the chest and hold your head or neck, wherever you're able to hold on, and stay there. So let's all try to bring ourselves into this asana. Pull your legs as close to your shoulder as possible. So pull your legs as close to your shoulder as possible. And then insert the hand through the gaps of the thighs and calf. And tuck your chin to the chest and perform the Jalandhara Bandha. So if you are able to balance, like in Kailasa, Bolivia, the first in Kailasa, Bolivia, camera 1, there is Amma who is able to balance. Actually, there are many of them. That's beautiful. You can all perform the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, which is inhale with the mouth contracted, with the tongue slightly in between of the teeth. Inhale through the mouth, perform the Jalandhara Bandha, and then exhale through the nose. So let's all perform this asana. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space and continue to hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवे क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिषेवनात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं मन्त्री जङ्घयो हृदये करौ कूर्परस्थानपर्यन्तं विभेद्य स्कन्धधारणम्.
Yes. Now, from this asana, roll onto your back. So let us not release the legs now. Just roll onto your back and continue to try and bring your soles as close to your body as possible. So this is Uttana Kurmasana, continuing to visualize ourselves as a tortoise or a turtle. Lock your legs in Padmasana and bring your hands as close to the neck or the head as possible. So when we are lying down, we'll have even more balance and we can push ourselves even more. You can push your legs even more closer to the chest in this asana. So don't roll from side to side. Even though you're on your back, you need to continue to keep the balance. Do not roll from side to side. Bring awareness to the muscles in your back and balance yourself. And the more you're on your shoulders, so if you lift your lower back off the mat and bring your legs even closer to the chest, you will find even more balance because your shoulders are wider than the lower back. So this will give you even more balance. Over here, continue to perform the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka and gaze at your nose as you continue to hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham inside of you.
Kukurasana bandhastam karabhyam dhritakandharam pitham kurmavaduttanam etaduttana kurmakam.
Yes. Now, slowly get up. You can release your legs. Once again, let's give a quick break for our ankles. So just open out your legs, shake them out. Roll the legs in a clockwise or anti-clockwise. Push the legs further away from you, bringing the toes as low as possible. Then pull the legs towards you. Yes. So now we continue to move to the next asana, which is Pangu Kukurasana. So Pangu Kukurasana is an asana where we are going to be performing Kukurasana but on one hand. So we'll be showing all of you an easy variation to perform this asana. You do not need to feel that it's going to be very difficult. It's very, very similar to doing it on two hands, this easy variation. So let's all first bring our legs into Padmasana. So all of you can bring your legs into Padmasana. Those of you who can do it without your hands, you can try that as well. So now you're going to be placing your hands in the center. So this time, once again, you're going to be placing your hands in the center of the thighs and calves. So place both your hands through the thighs and calves, and you're going to be placing the right hand on the ground. Place your right hand on the ground and then place your left hand on top of the right hand. So as all of you can see how Maharaj is keeping his hands. So as you can see how Maharaj is keeping his hand on top of the other hand, that's how you're going to be placing your hands as well. So now, once you place one hand on top of the other, now the same technique as Kukurasana. So lean forward first and lift your buttocks off the ground, and then slowly lift the legs off the ground as well. So this is the easier variation for all of you to perform without using both the hands. So let's all try. Let's all try this asana now. So place your legs in Padmasana. Insert the hand through the gap of the thighs, behind the legs, in between of both the legs, the gap that forms. Insert your hand over there. Then place the right hand on the ground and then place the left hand on top of the right hand. So for some of us, placing the hands on top of each other, stacking them would be easier. For some of us, holding your wrist. For some of us, holding the wrist will be easier. Whichever is easier for you, whether it is stacking your legs or holding the wrist, you can perform whichever variation of holding your hand that is comfortable for you. And then lift the legs slowly. First, lift the buttocks off the ground and stay there. So lift the buttocks off the ground, stay there, and then lean back. And as you lean back, you will see automatically you're able to lift your legs. So even a few seconds, like 1 second, if you're able to just push your legs up and then slowly lower it, that's fine. Let's all take a moment to try out this asana. So if you performed on the right side, you can perform on the left as well. So if you performed on the right hand and you're able to lift, then place the left hand on the floor and then place the right hand on top of the left hand and then lift your hands off the ground. So in this asana, you're going to be visualizing a rooster and perform the Mula Bandha. The Mula Bandha will also help you to tighten the abdominal muscles as well. Basically, you're going to be tightening the entire body during this asana. So lift your body off the ground, visualize the rooster, and hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा हस्ततलेन भूमिं विष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् पांगु कुक्कुटं भवति.
So how many of us were able to lift our body off the ground on either the right or left hand? Just raise both your hands if you are able to do. And let's take this moment to also just, rotate our wrists. So if you are able to lift your body, just raise your hand and rotate your wrist. Others, you can rotate your wrist with your hands on the ground, with the hands forward. So how many of you were able to lift your body off the ground? Okay, that's good. Some of us in Kailasa, Bolivia and Kailasa, Los Angeles were able to. That is good. Yes. So the next asana is an easy asana, which is Gridrasana. So in Gridrasana, as you keep your feet in Padmasana, you're going to be placing the elbows on the soles of the feet. So just place your elbows on the soles of the feet and interlace the fingers. So once you interlace the fingers, you're going to rest your chin on the knuckles, on the hands, interlaced fingers. And the most important part of this asana is the visualization. Close your eyes and visualize yourself going beyond all greed. So what in your inner space do you feel that you have greed about, whether it is that you have greed about food, you have greed about money, whatever you have greed about, just surrender it to Swamiji's feet. Tell Swamiji you want to break the pattern of having the greed towards that particular object, feeling, whatever it may be. Drop that greed at Swamiji's feet. And as you continue to do this visualization, keeping your eyes closed, perform the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka. Perform the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka and continue to hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
तानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्यहस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः कण्ठसङ्कोचनं कृत्वा नासाग्रमवलोकयेत् गोरक्षासनमित्याहुर्योगीनां सिद्धिकारणम्.
Yes, now continue to keep your legs in Padmasana and sit up straight. If you want, you can switch your legs, which if it's getting uncomfortable. Switch your legs and come back into Padmasana. As we move into the Padmasana 3. So Padmasana 3 is just simply sit in Padmasana and place the right palm under the left palm. So place the right palm under the left palm and place both the hands in front of your legs, in front of your navel. Continue to keep your eyes closed and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. So now we are going to be performing the Mahamudra Bandha. The Mahamudra Bandha is all of the 3 bandhas together. So now, as you keep your hands on top of each other, inhale deeply until your lungs is completely filled, and then lock your chin to the chest and stay there. Now, as you feel uncomfortable or you're not able to hold on to the breath anymore, slowly exhale. Lightly lift your chin forward and exhale. And once your lungs are completely empty, pull your stomach in and up into the Mahamudra Bandha. Continue to keep your chin tucked to the chest. So, performing 2 bandhas together and pull in the Mula Bandha. Tighten the perineum and stay here as long as possible. And when you can't hold on anymore, slowly release the 3 bandhas and then lift your chin forward and again inhale as deeply as possible. Let's perform this Mahamudra Bandha together. Inhale as deeply as you can, completely fill in your lungs. Lock the chin to the chest. Stay here as long as you can. And now lightly lift your chin forward when you can't hold on anymore and exhale through the nostrils. And then pull the stomach in and up and lock the Mula Bandha. Stay here as long as possible and then inhale and release the bandhas. We are going to be performing this once more. Now this time, when you inhale, you're going to be performing the Kakachanchukumbhaka to inhale. So inhale with the mouth contracted, the tongue lightly to the lips, then lock the chin to the chest, hold the breath as long as you can, and then slowly exhale through the nostrils. And as you completely empty your lungs, pull the stomach in and up and lock the Mula Bandha, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and continue to perform the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानो चरणो विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्.
Yes. Now relax, and now we move into Padmasana 4. So Padmasana 4, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana and place the palms on the respective knees. So in this asana, you're going to visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. So now take a minute to visualize Paramashiva. Keep your eyes closed. Lock your eyes to the tip of the nose. You can keep your eyes closed and just bring the eyes to the tip of the nose and start visualizing Paramashiva. Visualize the 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes, holding the various weapons, having Devi, Parashakti, in his lap, golden in color, with one hand in Abhaya, blessing you, and with the other hand in Varada, along with the 50 hands. Continue to perform the Kakachanchukumbhaka and hold the japa as well of Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः ऊरुमूले वामपादं पुनस्तद्दक्षिणं पदं वामोरिस्थापयित्वा च पद्मासनमिति स्मृतम्.
Yes, relax and open your eyes. The next asana is Karmukasana 2. So Karmukasana 2 is where we are going to be sitting in Padmasana. Continue to be seated in Padmasana. And now place, so your left hand, let's start with the right side. So your left hand is continuing to be on the left knee. And with the right hand, index and middle fingers, you are going to be holding on to the big toe of the left leg. And you're going to pull the leg as back as possible and leave it front. So you're basically rotating the big toe and also the entire ankle. Okay? So you're rotating the big toe and as well as the ankle, pulling the leg as back as possible. And now, once you have done it on the right with the right hand, next you're going to switch the leg. So then you'll be placing the, so if you sat with, for example, previously if you first sat with the right leg on top of the left leg, then you will do it with the left hand. If you placed your right leg on top of your left leg, you will do it with the left hand. If you sat with your left leg on top of the right leg, then you will do it with your right hand. So whichever leg is on top, that leg is with which you're going to be performing this Karmukasana 2. So rotate your legs like you're pulling a bowstring. Pull it as back as possible. So if you're done a few rotations with your left hand, then switch to the right, Then once again, switch. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in your inner space and continue to hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
अथान्यासनमावक्ष्ये योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयो स्थितं हस्तमेकं तु जङ्घाय कार्मुकं कूर्परोर्धकं पद्मासने समाधाय अङ्गुष्ठं परिधावयेत्.
So this asana, Karmukasana 2, is the basic asana for the next asana, which is Karmukasana 3. So in Karmukasana 3, what we are going to be doing is first open your legs out. So open your legs out in front of you, and you're going to be sitting back in Padmasana, but you want to bring the foot as deep into the thigh as possible. So pull your leg as deep into the thigh as possible, and you're going to be wrapping your hands around the leg. So you're going to cross your hands behind the back. So cross your hands behind the back and hold on to your feet. This is Karmukasana 3. So for this asana, you can take the help of a partner, so they can help you to pull your leg or pull your hands as back as possible, so you're able to perform this asana. So first, place your legs as back as possible, cross your hands behind the back, help them to hold on to their legs, and then pull the leg as much as possible. All the way from the ankle, you can pull the leg so that they're able to hold on. So let's all try this asana. All of us can try this asana. So even if you're not able to do the Padmasana, that's fine. Just sit with one leg on top, one leg in the bottom, cross your hands behind the back, and try to hold on to the opposite sides. So you can first do with one hand, then you can switch the foot and do it with the other side as well. So even if you are able to hold on one side, that is great. Let's all try the Karmukasana 3. Let's take a few minutes to perform this. Tighten your Padmasana as much as possible. And when you exhale, you can squeeze yourself even more to hold on to the opposite sides. So let's all try the Karmukasana. So in my experience, if you ask me what is the easiest way to do this, first I would keep my legs nice and tight, and then I would first hold on to the leg which is on top, because the leg which is on top is automatically going to move further away, because the leg on the bottom is already locked by the leg which is on top. So I would first hold on to the leg which is on top as much as I can, and then I would attempt to hold on to the leg which is on the bottom, which will make it much easier. So once you have locked the legs in front of you, once you have locked your legs, bringing the lower leg as much as deep as possible, you should be able to like keep your foot outside of the thigh. So you would keep your foot as back as possible. Your foot has to come outside of the thigh. So your foot has to come all the way outside of your thigh, and then you will bring the opposite leg as well. So again here, your leg is almost outside of the thigh. It's outside of the thigh, the feet, the toes are outside of the thigh. So then cross your hand. So cross the hand, hold on to the big toe, and then squeeze yourself lightly leaning forward, and then hold on to the opposite toe. So this is the Karmukasana 3. So once you have performed with your right leg on top, then you can switch your legs. So then place the right leg as the down leg, as the first leg on top, then the left leg. Wrap your hand behind the back and see if you're able to hold on. For some of us, one of the leg would be easier, so that is good. Try on both sides and see which is your comfortable side. So in this asana, you're going to be visualizing yourself as Paramashiva's bow and gaze at your nose. Continue to hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयो स्थितं हस्तमेकं तु जङ्घाय कार्मुकं कूर्परोर्धकं पद्मासने समाधाय अङ्गुष्ठं परिधावयेत्.
Yes. So the next asana is the same asana. So in this asana, it is just the change of the visualization to visualize ourselves as Paramashiva, as Paramashiva's third eye, as the third eye of Paramashiva, bringing the visualization of the third eye and fixing your gaze at the third eye as well. So let's all continue to perform this asana. Visualize ourselves as the third eye. Bring your gaze to the third eye and continue to hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तदा वायुर्वसो याति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना कृत्वा पद्मासनं मन्त्री वेष्टयित्वा प्रधारयेत् करेण दक्षिणो नैव वामपादान्तिकं ततम्.
Yes. So the next asana is Nagasana. So now, keeping your legs in Padmasana, cross your hands behind the back. So you're going to, from this asana that we had done, the Karmukasana 3 and the Dridasana, you're going to interlace your, you're going to cross your hand behind the back, holding on to the opposite toes, and now try to slowly lie down. Try to slowly lie down, and at the same time keep the hands on the holding the toes. So this is the Nagasana. So if you're not able to hold on to the toes, that's fine. Just hold on to one toe if you can, onto one side if you can, and lie down on the back. Visualize a snake in your inner space, and you can perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Sahaja Kumbhaka is where you inhale the prana through the nose Inhale, hold the breath comfortably. Exhale, and once again hold the breath comfortably. So lie down on your back with the hands crossed. If you're not able to hold on to both of your toes, that is fine. Just lie down with your hands crossed behind the back. And if you're not able to keep the Padmasana, that is fine. You can go a step lower where you just keep one leg on top of the other and lie down with your hands crossed behind the back. Try to keep the knees together. Visualize yourself as a snake in your inner space. And continue to perform the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने पाद अंगूठा पकड़े आनी सोबई कहुन्या कुल्या पानी गोड़ा जंघ अग्र को दाशे मस्तक को समसूधो राशे नासा अग्र दृष्टि को धरे आसन नग्र ऐसे विधि करे नासा रोग जोर ना रहे विशाल पिन सजोय जुषामा आदिक सब हरे नगरासन गुणसोय.
Now continue to lie down on your back and slowly release your legs from the Padmasana. Straighten the legs and then slowly bend the knees to your chest and wrap your legs. Wrap your legs around the leg, wrap your hands around the leg and just bring your legs as close to the chest as possible. Squeezing yourself, visualizing yourself as a ball. Visualize yourself as a ball. Just roll from side to side, back and front, massaging the lower back. Let's take a minute to settle into this asana. Squeeze your legs, rock from side to side. Continue to hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in your inner space.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य ऊर्ध्वं नयेत् पृष्ठवंशेन भूमिं पोथयेत् कन्दुकासनं भवति.
Now relax. You can release your hands from the legs. And now we move into Urdhva Pavanasana. So this asana, a lot of us are already experts of. Now just keep your legs keep your feet flat on the floor with the knees pointing up. Interlace your fingers behind the neck and just lie down, relaxing yourself. So a lot of us are already experts of this asana. So during this asana, visualize yourself as Swamiji, gaze to the nose and continue to hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे गोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे गुल्फमा हिला अंगुष्ठ दोई करे एक समेल रसोई.
Yes. Now release your hands from behind your head and you're going to be placing them by your side. So you're going to now be placing the heel under the fingers. Okay, so place keep your leg in the same position and keep the fingers underneath the heels. So bring your legs nice and close to your body. Bring your legs nice and close to the buttocks and place the heels on the fingers, and then lift your hips as high as possible up in the air, bringing a straight line all the way from your knees to the shoulder. One straight line. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape. So bring that power and lift your hips up. Let's all stay in this position for a few seconds. Lift your hips up. Tighten the perineum with the Mula Bandha. Tighten your abdominal muscles. Push your shoulders onto the ground and stay here for a few seconds. Let's stay here for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now slowly come down. Take a quick breather. And now once again, lift yourself up into the asana, into Markata Pitasana, and hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्तमयेत् मरकटपीठं भवति.
Yes. Now slowly place your feet onto the ground, your buttocks onto the ground. So the next asana is Uttana Shikihi Pitakasana. So this asana is a continuation of the previous asana. So we'll first show you the asana and then you can perform it. Okay, so lift your hips up off the ground, and as you lift the hips up, you're going to be bringing your hands onto the hips. So bring your hands onto the hips and support your hips. Okay, and now slowly straighten the feet. Straighten the knees as much as possible. Straighten the legs as much as possible. Even if your feet come off the ground, that's fine. Try to straighten the knees as much as possible. So this is why you're placing your hands on the hip for the balance. So place your feet as straight as possible. This is the Uttana Shikipitakasana. So let us all perform this asana together. Let's all lie down onto the back. So place your hands by your hip, and as you raise your hip up onto your shoulder, bringing the entire body onto the shoulder, slowly bring the elbows under the hips. So bring the elbows as much under the hips as possible. The more under the hip you keep the elbow, the less likely it is to slip off onto the sides. So nicely lock the elbows under the hips and visualize Swamiji in this asana. Gaze to the nose and perform the japa of Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
जङ्घूरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
Now slowly bend your knees and lower the body down. Bend your knees and lower the body onto the ground. As we now move into the next asana, which is Nagasana. Okay, so for this asana, we are going to be lying down on the ground, and from this lying down position. So first bring the knees, bend the knees, and then you're going to be placing the hands like how you did in the previous asana. You're going to be placing the hands on the hip. Then kick the legs up. Kick the legs up and come on to your shoulders. So come on to the shoulders and support the lower back, support your body with the help of your hands. So let's all kick up and stay there. So if you're not able to lift your back off the mat, that is fine. Just lift the legs alone up and try to straighten the legs as much as possible. And if you're able to push the hip up and stay there. And if you're able to do this as well, remove the hand from the back one by one and place the palms on the ground. So in this, you're going to completely bring the entire balance onto the core, onto your shoulder and hands. So this is the 3 variations you can all try. So first, raise the legs up. If you're able to, kick your legs up even higher onto the shoulders. Place your hands on the back, and if you're able to do that as well, slowly lower the hands onto the ground. Yes, in Kailasa, Bolivia, we have a few participants who are doing it. That's great. Visualize yourself traveling through Naraka, which is the hell, without being touched by any of the anything, just traveling through the hell downward. Without being disturbed, and continue to hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुत्रयेत् नरकासनं भवति.
Yes. So now the next asana is from this same position, right? From this same position, you're going to bring the hands back onto the back. So bring your hands back on the back and slowly lean the legs forward. So slowly you're going to be leaning the legs forward, angling the legs as much as you can. So angle the legs as low as possible as we move into Nagasana. So let's all try this asana now. So bring the hands back, raise the legs up, place your hands on the back to balance yourself. Then slowly lower the legs as low as possible. Even if your legs slip, you're not able to hold on anymore, just lower the legs onto the ground. And then once again, lower the legs as much as possible. Okay, so it's not lower to the head, but on the opposite side. So if you're not able to lift your hips off the ground, raise your legs up. So we'll show that variation as well. Just keep the hands by your side, keep the hips on the ground, and lower your leg as much as possible. So you get the same effect that you're doing with the asana with the legs up. So just lower your leg into a 45-degree angle. Keep the knees straight and lower the leg into a 45-degree angle. So if you're able to, then lift your hips off the ground. Visualize a boat in your inner space. And balance here as you visualize Swamiji, as you visualize the boat and perform the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत् तिर्यन्नौकासनं भवति.
Now let's take a quick break. Lower your legs onto the ground. We have another asana, which is Dvajasana, which is in the same type of asana. So lower yourself onto the back. Let's have a quick breather. And now once again, lift your legs up and place the hands on the back and lift the hips up. Come on, lift the hips up. And now you're going to slowly place the hands onto the mat, visualizing a flag. You can visualize the Kailasa flag in your inner space. Visualize the Kailasa flag in your inner space and continue to hold the japa Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
तिर्यन्नौकावत् ग्रीवापृष्ठकूर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य मस्तकलाक्षेन पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वं नयेत् ध्वजासनं भवति.
Now slowly lower yourself onto the ground as we move into Mritasana. Completely relax. Keep your hands by the side. Do not touch your hands to the body. Just relax the hands by the side. Lay flat on the ground, relaxing all the parts of the body, the whole body. Keep the whole body like a log. This asana removes all the fatigue and brings the peace of the mind. The mudra for this asana is the Shakti Chalana Mudra. So let's perform this Shakti Chalana Mudra. As you visualize the Kundalini energy moving through all of the 7 chakras, pulling the Kundalini energy through all the 7 chakras to the crown center. So visualize inside of you, there is a golden energy in the root of the spine. Start visualizing this golden energy move up from the Mooladhara, which is the root center, the base of the spine, moving up to the Swastikasana, below the navel center, the lower abdomen, the Manipuraka, the navel center, the Anahata, the heart center, Vishuddhi, the throat center, the Agnya, the brow center, between of the eyebrows, and finally to the Sahasrara, the crown center. At the same time, stop all of the micro movements, the twitching of your toes, the movement of your fingers, even your breath. Do not stop breathing, but inhale and exhale as slowly as possible, lowering, reducing the movement of your body as much as possible. Reduce the movement of your tongue. Stop the movement of your eyes, locking them to the third eye. Just gazing upward with your eyes closed. Completely relax here. And now visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Whichever form, whether it is day before yesterday's darshan, the new dress and style that Swamiji had graced each one of us, the 3 or 4 pendants on his chest, the bright red dress with the golden spots and the small crown, or it is a form of Swamiji where he is not having any jewels, casual, with the hair just tied above the head, or with a simple turban on the golden Simhasana. Or maybe you have seen Swamiji physically during some of the programs. Then bring that visualization where maybe it was the first hug you had during the energy darshan. What experience you had? Maybe you're completely blank, or you had some particular vision inside of you. Bring awareness and cherish that moment. Do not get distracted with the thoughts. Unclutch from all of the thoughts. Do not think about what today's breakfast might be, or maybe you have a very urgent thing that is waiting for you back home. Maybe your stomach is not fine. Whatever it may be, do not allow the thoughts to come inside of you. This space of just unclutching, if you slip into that space of restful awareness with awareness, knowing that you are there, that is samadhi. Without awareness, unconsciously going into that state is what we call as sleep. So do not allow yourself to slip into the sleep or the tiredness. Be aware of your entire body, bringing the visualization of Swamiji in your inner space. Completely relaxing every single muscle, internal and external. Now, slowly come back to your body. Bring awareness to the tips of the toes, the ankles, the feet, the calves, thighs, your abdomen, your fingers, your wrist, your forearm, your arms and shoulders, your stomach, your heart and chest, your neck, your face, and then your head. Slowly start wiggling your toes and fingers. Interlace. Bring your knees to the chest. Gently rock yourself up into a comfortable seated position. And we now have a few minutes to quickly take a few questions. As yesterday, many of the participants were not able to have your questions answered. If any participants have any questions that you had throughout this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, and just a reminder to all of the participants that today we have completed 308 asanas successfully, beautifully. We have another 200 asanas of the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama that we are going to be exploring next. And if we have, we'll be also going further. So if any participants have any questions, maybe you had some experiences, you had some pain or discomfort during any asanas, or you want to know the meaning of particular asanas, whatever it may be, you can come forward to the mic and ask your questions.
Nityananda Maharaj, I've got a quick question. Yesterday I was sharing that when I'm practicing yoga, during the yoga and 2 hours later, I have absolutely no pain, even in my mouth when I received major surgery 15 days ago. Is there something specific or any specific asana that I could practice so that the pain goes away even longer?
Particularly for the mouth surgery of your mouth, I would not, I'm not having any particular asana that would directly help your mouth, but something that Swamiji has taught each and every one of us in the Gurukul is that a very powerful technique that I myself have experienced is that the pain, focusing on the pain. Okay, so where is the pain emerging from? So whenever you see, if you see throughout the day, it's not that continuously you would have the pain, right? Suddenly you might forget about it, suddenly you might remember it. So it is just bringing awareness, right, to where, what is the, just close your eyes for a few minutes and bring awareness to where is the source of the pain coming from.
Okay.
And give healing to that particular place. Just channel that energy that Swamiji is giving each one of us. You can just visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Chant the Mahavakya and request Swamiji to heal the pain that you're experiencing, and that will really be a powerful technique that you can start doing from today, which will reduce the pain.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. I use Nidhi Mahavakya, but I will do that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Nityananda Maharaj, this is Jessica from LA. Where can we learn more? Nityananda Ma, where can we learn more about the animals, the visualizations, and their meaning?
So we can share the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama book with all of you.
Oh, thank you.
So actually, if you go to the Pinterest, so I hope you are familiar with the social media platform Pinterest. So in Kailasa's SPH Nityananda Pinterest account, we have uploaded the complete 508 asanas of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. So that is one place where you can look at all of the various visualizations of the asanas. Or if you want more details also, we can share with you the book. So we will share the book with all of you, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama and Tritiya Vinyasa Krama book, maybe today or tomorrow, and you can use that to go through the complete asanas and the visualization.
Thank you so much. That's wonderful, Maharaj. Thank you.
Dhyandam. Yes. So if all of us are clear, if we don't have anything else to ask, then we can all finish with the Purna Mantra. We can all complete the Nityananda Yoga. Let's all sit in our yoga mat. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Bring the hands together in front of the heart center. Take a deep breath and let us chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nityanandam. So the respective Kailasas, please.
For this Shivaratri, meditate on this light, intense light, which makes you feel very pleasant in the body, and that heat which is very pleasant. And I tell you, when you meditate on this light and this heat pleasant, you just lose sleep on that Shivaratri night. You become awake. That is what is the real context of not sleeping on that night.
வான்வரையிலும் வளர்ந்த ஜோதி ரூபனே, தேன் சுவை தரும் தமிழின் தலைவனே, மான்மகிழ்வினை ஏந்தி நிற்கும் ஐயனே, கைலாசம் தந்த நித்யானந்தனே. நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு நித்யானந்தனே. நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும் குரு நித்யானந்தனே. நித்யானந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் அண்ணாமலையே சிவரூபமாய் வீற்றிருக்கும்.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda
Nityanandam Paramatsukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Nityanandam, we welcome all our participants to the another day of Paramashivoham Level 2. So today we are at day 18 and today we will be getting familiar, we'll be learning the science of rewriting your future. And we'll also be going through the past life regression process. Today we are also going to experience and get initiation in the living Advaita process, the teamly process, and the powers of third eye and levitation. So we'll start our day with power manifestation. So as all the participants have gone through the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, 308 yoga asanas, we'll be beginning our day with power manifestation. So we request all the participants to quickly bring your blindfolds and get ready.
I request all the participants to still I can see few cameras are not switched on. Please switch on your camera so that we can enter into the power manifestation. Ma Shobana Saksena, Ma Likika. Please switch on your camera so that we can enter into the power manifestation. I request all the participants to sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Enter into the space of oneness. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Yes. Now we'll be entering into the power manifestation. Request Swamiji, whatever is being projected, to show through the third eye. Intensely keep chanting the Mahavakya. Be in the space of oneness. From that space of oneness, request Swamiji to show whatever is being projected through the third eye. Now, we'll be projecting the image. The eyes.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. today's subject, past lives. Most fascinating subject because it has its own mystery. How much ever you talk, how much ever you analyze, it has so much to offer. The third layer past.
So please settle down, relax, and untie your blindfolds. Please open your eyes. Now, please share with us in the chat whatever was revealed through the third eye. Do not edit, do not hesitate, do not judge. Whatever was revealed by Paramashiva through your third eye, please share it as it is.
Yes. I request all the participants, whatever Swamiji revealed through the third eye, you can put it in the chat. It might be a powerful cognition or an image or a word, whatever it may be. Please put it on the chat so that we can help you in the power manifestation.
So Ma Anafan has shared snow and mountain. Thank you for sharing, Ma. So while the other participants are sharing, Ma Anafan, you can also add to this if you have anything you want to add. Ma Shobana Saxena has shared trees and white light. Thank you for sharing, ma. Yes, Ma Anafan has also added a tree. Thank you, ma. We'll be giving a few minutes for all participants to share. Now we'll be moving ahead with the verification. So if we see the picture, most of the participants have seen some kind of tree, or we can say some kind of tree or flowers. And Ma Ananda Gora Rupni has shared various colors. I think all the colors are there in one or the other way. We have red. There are many shades of red, in fact. We have orange and white. There is a white paper around many of the bouquet. Green leaves are there. And many of the other participants have shared trees, white light, white snow. So if you see the person who is selling the flowers, you will see that he's wearing a cap. So it looks like a cold place. It's surely not a very hot season there. So maybe this picture, we also don't know, but maybe this picture is from a high region. That's why some
the mountain.
Some other people have put mountain, and Ma Ananda Gora Rukni has put a plateau. So it's definitely not a warm place. It's definitely a cold place, and
Mountain region.
possibly a mountain region. So a big round of applause for all the participants for manifesting this power. And I think the most spot on thing with the mountain and the plateau is the person, as you can see, is wearing the cap. And also it's not morning, it's good light. Even in bright sunlight, if you are wearing a cap, it's surely a cold place. So with this, we'll be moving ahead with the Paramashivoham Level 2. Today, we are going to go through the past life regression processes. And we need to understand that 90% of our illnesses and diseases, ailments that we suffer from in our present lives, have a past life connection. Most problems are due to engrams and blocks created by the threat in our early childhood, prenatal stages or past lives. Prenatal stages is when we were in the mother's womb. And some of these, so if we look at our incompletions, many of them, when we do the root pattern completion, we go and find the root incidents. Many of the root incidences start at our childhood. Some of the root incidences will go when we are in the mother's womb. And if we go deeper, some of them will go to our past lives itself. The past life therapy can be a cure for psychological ailments like phobias, fears, unknown fears, mental blocks, unexplained fears, depression, addiction, obesity, insomnia, sleeplessness. Coming to terms with the past will awaken the intuition in you to come to terms with the future. Swamiji has beautifully revealed that if you look into the future, you will come to terms with it. The problem is we do not trust that we have the intelligence to come to the terms with future. And because we never come to the terms with our past, so that is why past life completion is required for us to have a completion with future, to be able to come to terms with future. Coming to terms with the past, you will have the courage and guts. You will be able to come to terms with future. It will heal various blockages, and you will naturally, automatically awaken the intelligence to come in terms with your future. So we are going to move ahead with a brief introduction about past life completion and past life regression process. So let us now come to the space of listening as we move ahead to this powerful revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We request all the participants to give your complete listening, as after this we'll be doing this meditation as well.
Today's subject, past lives. Most fascinating subject because it has its own mystery. How much ever you talk, how much ever you analyze, it has so much to offer. There is nobody who is not interested in past lives, even if they belong to the religions which does not believe in past lives. Even if they belong to religions which believes only in one life. In one corner of the heart, corner of the mind, they say, no, is there any technique we can know about our past? See, I'll give series of webinars on past lives. I'll give series of webinars because this is a huge subject, vast subject. First, we can approach the past lives concept, past lives truth in so many ways. See, these understandings about past lives should happen in various angles. First, trying to know the facts and informations about the past lives. Second, trying to know the informations and facts about the past life so that you can get rid of all the sufferings, mental patterns you carry from the past life and disturb your future. You can explore the past lives to access some historical informations, to know some facts. You can access past lives to solve many of the future problems. There are various reasons why people want to know about the past lives. There are various reasons why people should know about past lives, how knowing about past lives can transform you, why knowing about your past lives is necessary for your transformation. Almost all enlightened beings talk about going through their whole past like fast forward mode, in rewind mode or fast forward mode during the time of enlightenment. Just before the enlightenment, almost all enlightened beings go through the whole experience of past life like rewinding mode. Just in few moments, you go through the whole experience. Why you go through past life experience before enlightenment? What is the spiritual connection with the past lives? How is the past lives going to transform me, going to help me in my enlightenment? First, your past has 3 layers. Understand the 3 layers of your past. I'll just give a small description using the pen and the board so that you can understand the 3 different layers of past. This is present moment. This is future. This side is future. This is present moment. This is past. I am telling you past has 3 layers. How? See from the present moment till your date of birth, DOB. This is the first layer of past. You need to know 3 different layers of past so that you will understand why we should explore each layer, what all the benefits you will have if you explore each layer. The second layer past is from this moment to all the lives you lived in body, the moment you assumed the first body, DOB of first body, your first body, DOB of the first body you took. It may be a fish, tortoise, amoeba, for some people buffalo, donkey, pig, or demon. People like Kalani Maran, it must have been demon. This is the second layer past. Third layer past. From this moment to the Big Bang, the moment universe happened, from that moment to this moment. That is third layer past. DOB of cosmos. These are a 3-layer pass. Please understand. From the moment of the universe happening till this moment is a 3rd layer past. From the moment you assumed your first body until this moment, it's the 2nd layer past. From the moment you assumed the body you are carrying now and this moment is a 1st layer past. Please understand. From the time Big Bang happened until this moment, it's a 3rd layer past. Whole, the cosmic archives. Now, for spiritual transformation, many people may have the question, who is Kalabhairava? Is a lot of time. Lord of time is Kalabhairava. Time is basically matter. Lord of time is Kalabhairava, who is beyond time, on whom the time is painted. Kalabhairava is the canvas on whom time is painted. And now for the spiritual transformation, you need to know only 1st layer and 2nd layer past. For transforming yourself and achieve Jivan Mukti, enlightenment, ultimate spiritual consciousness, you need to work only on the 1st layer and 2nd layer past. What is the meaning of working on the 1st layer past and what is the benefits? See, the 1st layer past means the time you took birth from that moment to till this moment. This 1st layer past carries the engrams which makes you take decision. Many engrams, thousands of engrams which makes you take decisions. For example, tomorrow morning when you wake up, how you are going to wake up, what is going to be your thought, what you are going to enjoy and what you are going to hate, what you are going to eat and what you are going to avoid. All these decisions are made by this 1st layer past. Your relationships, your responses, your thinking, everything is guided by the engrams and patterns you accumulated in the 1st layer past from your date of birth to now. You may have the question, what is engram? Engram means memory which gets engraved into your system, in your inner space and makes you do again and again the same actions based on that engram, even if you know it is not good for your life's purpose. So you may have many mental patterns, sometimes which what were socially accepted, sometimes socially not accepted. Sometimes you create a pattern just because it is not socially accepted, you enjoy it. Really, sometimes you create a pattern and enjoy it just to take revenge on society. So, these patterns, these engrams which you accumulated are from 1st layer past. Now, when you work on the first layer past, you will understand when you started picking up different responses, why you started picking up those responses, how can you live with the spirit, not the letter. Understand? If you want to break any law, just follow it as per the letter, forgetting the spirit, you will break it. Any law, if you follow to the letter, in few days you will break it. Understand? In your life, all the patterns you carry, engrams you carry, are the self-made laws for your own happy living. Please understand, you are not a fool to create a binding patterns. No. When you started creating those responses, they were not binding you. They were not bondage to you. When you forgot the spirit with which you created that pattern and started following the letter, just the pattern, you lost the freedom. Why you created that pattern? When you have forgotten and you lost the freedom, the spirit of why you created the pattern, it became bondage to you. Please understand? I'll give you an example. You pick up a, see, no engram pattern comes with you by itself. You choose. Some engrams and patterns you choose in this birth, some you have chosen in the past birth, in past lives. I'll give you one example. In the young age, whenever you are cornered, you may pick up a pattern of shouting, screaming back. At that moment, that was giving you freedom. People get frightened of you and escape. You saw that decision, that pattern is really helping you in your life. It is giving you more freedom, more space for you to do what you want to do. Slowly you make that as a pattern. After a few years, you forget the reason for what you created the pattern. You just follow the letter of the pattern. See, now it's a law you created for yourself. The self-made laws followed after forgetting the spirit, just as a letter, is called dead mental patterns. Dead mental patterns bring suffering to you. All the suffering you have in your life is just because of dead mental patterns. The moment cell dies in your body, it has to leave your body. Otherwise, it can become disease. The moment a pattern dies in your system, it has to leave your system. Otherwise, it can become a dead mental pattern. Dead mental patterns are your bondage. When I use the word dead mental patterns, let me explain. The mental patterns which you created with a particular understanding, you forgot the understanding, the spirit with which you created the mental pattern, but you are carrying the pattern as a letter. Now, you are not remembering the reason for your screaming. You are only remembering, I will scream, that is good for me. You don't understand. At that age, it was good for you, but now in this situation, it is not good for you, but because you forgot the spirit with which you created the self-made laws, you are suffering with the letter of the laws. This is the most unfortunate thing. I know. How many places this kind of dead laws killing people? Whether it is a society or a country or a state or a family or an individual. When a dead law kills many people in a country, it is called war. When a dead law kills many people in a community, it is called terrorism. When a dead law kills some people in a house, it is called domestic violence. When a dead law kills you in you, it is called mental pattern. If you work on the first layer past, you will know when you started, which law, which response, with what reason. If you know, you started screaming and shouting just to experience freedom. Next time when you are cornered, you will not shout if you are not going to have freedom from that situation. So anger in your control is power. Greed under your control is energy. Fear under your control is cautiousness. Desire under your control is creativity. When you know why you created what you created, you will have the tremendous freedom to throw what is not delivering the same result, to alter things for the results you need. If you know the spirit of the law, you get the intelligence to alter, correct, manipulate, delete, or bend the law as you want for the required results. Working on the first layer of past removes many of your psychological sufferings. The moment I had the experience of my first layer past, I just know I am not going to die at all. All the responses I created in me may die, but I myself never going to die. Exploring the first layer past liberates you from many of the psychological problems. Exploring the second layer past means from the moment you assumed your first body until this moment is second layer past. Exploring the second layer past liberates you from all your physiological problems. The moment you explore the first layer past, your psychological problems disappear, because only your mind is made out of the first layer past. Your mind is totality of all the happenings of the first layer past. From the moment you took birth until this moment, whatever has happened, totality of that is your mind. But from the moment you took the first body until this moment, whatever has happened, totality of that is your body. Your mind is the totality of the first layer past. Your body is the totality of the second layer past. Maya is the totality of third layer past. From the moment you assumed the first body until this moment, whatever has happened, totality of that is your body. From the moment you assumed this body until this moment, whatever has happened is your mind. So if you want to transform your mind, explore, work on the first layer past. If you want to transform your very body itself, work on the second layer past. There are so many powerful techniques to explore the first layer past and second layer past. Now, let me give you some more insights about the second layer past. Sometimes the habits, engrams, which has become your bio-memory, does not start just in this body. They start from the earlier bodies, from the past births. You may have a question, what is bio-memory? Habits like eating, sleeping, drinking, pain, sex, the experience of fear, all these are biomemory. Muscle memory means anger, irritation, agitation, restlessness, laziness. These are all muscle memory. These are more psychology based. But this hunger, thirst, sleep, sex patterns, these are more biomemory based. Understand? Laziness is different, sleeping is different. There may be many people who are feeling lazy whole day, they will not be able to sleep. Laziness belongs to muscle memory, sleeping belongs to biomemory. There are many people who feel lazy, lie down in the bed whole day. They don't move out of their couch, but they can't sleep. And I tell you, lazy people suffer with insomnia. There are many biomemory may be related to your past lives. I myself have handled many patients, many people who carry the scar in the body which belongs to past life incident. If they have died by the snake bite in the past lives, they will still carry the mark in the present body. If they have died by hanging, they will still carry that effect, that pain, that disease in their vocal cord. If they have died by getting drowned in the past lives, still those lungs will be suffering in the present life. If they have been raped in their past lives, still they carry that disease, that wound, that rejection in the present body. So there are many diseases, many diseases. You can just walk out of those diseases if you work on your second layer past. If you explore the second layer past, you can easily walk out of many diseases. If you explore the first layer past, you will walk out of many mental disorders. People get angry if I say you will get cured of mental disorders, because they always wanted to act that they don't have any mental problems. People don't feel shy to tell about physical problems, but they always feel shy to talk about mental problems. But you should understand, either you are equally responsible for both, or you are equally irresponsible for both. There is nothing special to feel shy about one, blame about the other on somebody else. Either feel responsible for both, or feel you are not responsible for both. If you feel responsible, it is you are who is responsible for the mental disorders, then feel for physical also. Or decide you are not responsible for both. But many times people feel responsible for their mental, so they feel very shy to talk about it. But they don't feel responsible for their physical. They say, no, that somebody dumped on us. No. The food you collected yesterday and kept it in the freezer, and today you open the freezer and you are about to eat, but you feel, no, somebody else kept it, and you blame somebody else for it. It is you who brought it and kept it in the freezer yesterday. Just because you did yesterday and forgot, don't think you are not responsible for it. Same way, physical disorders. You brought it yesterday, last life, yester life, and kept it in the freezer. One night passed, means one death is over. And today you are taking it out, and you say, no, I don't know who kept it. Whether you know it or not, you are only going to eat it. Understand? Feeling shy is not going to work. Working is only going to remove the feeling shy. If you work on the first layer past, you walk out of many mental disorders. You make your mind-related life complete, fulfilling. If you work on the second layer past, you walk out of many physical disorders. I have seen people walking out of cancers the moment they understood, when they picked up that pattern, in which life they have picked up that pattern. So understand, working on the past lives directly transforms your present and makes you enlightened, makes you live enlightenment in the future. Past is not dead till you completely disconnect from it. As long as it is hanging, attached to you, it has its own effect on you. Work, reduce the weight, then drop. That's the best method to work on the past life. See how in the roadside they have a signboards. Stop, look and proceed. Same way, work, reduce the weight and drop. That is the 3 instructions related to past. First, work on it. Second, reduce the load of the past on your inner space or your inner consciousness, on your inner awareness. Third, drop and proceed into the future. Now, I'll answer all your questions on the past lives. Then I'll give you initial introduction level technique to explore. First layer past. Let's start. Questions?
The first question today is from Sushmita from Kanpur, India. She asks, Dear Swamiji, why do we not remember our past lives? At least it will help us to stop making the same mistakes life after life. Sushmita, Kanpur, India.
Sushmita, I need to ask you this question. Why don't you remember your past lives? At least it will help you to stop making the same mistakes life after life. Sushmita, let me come to the question. You are asking, why do we not remember? To tell you honestly, you don't want to take the responsibility for so much of your life. You don't want to take the responsibility of even the part you are remembering. I tell you, the parts of your life which you remember but for which you don't want to take the responsibility is only called guilt. If you decide to take the responsibility for the part you remember, there will not be any guilt in you. The moment all the guilts disappear, your memory span will increase. You will remember more past. If you are able to handle that past also without guilt, you will remember more past. Understand? The moment guilt reduces, the spectrum of your knowing increases. If you don't have any guilt, you move from the 2G to 3G, 3G to 4G, 4G to 5G, up to 7G. But if you have done fraudulence in the 2G itself, if you have done corruption in the 2G itself, you can't be a minister when the 3G licenses are getting auctioned. Understand? If you are not able to handle, let me explain very clearly what I mean by my past lives. Understand? I have brought certain biomemory to do the mission, what I want to do. And I have also programmed these biomemories automatically replace themselves, replenish themselves based on the need of the humanity. See, the purpose is to share enlightenment with the world. So what is the mental setup of human being? What kind of strategy I need to have to share this experience? So that kind of a human, that kind of a biomemory needed to be created in this body. From whoever I have taken biomemory, all of them are my past lives. I have taken certain biomemory from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I can say Arunagiri Yogeshwara forms the base material. My body language and verbal language, if Arunagiri Yogeshwara has spoken English, he will exactly speak the way I am speaking. And he is speaking. The body language and verbal language, that's the base material. That is from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Next, the administration. Please understand, biomemory can be divided into 4 categories. 1, the experience of God, experience of self, experience of the nature, experience of humanity. All my way of relating with humanity, that biomemory, I got it from Meenakshi. The whole administration, the way I handle people, the way I train people, the way I elevate people is from Meenakshi. My concepts about human society is from Meenakshi. My responses towards the human society, I started doing 2000 years before. That is why it is time-tested, foolproof responses. The body language and verbal language is from Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Administration is from Meenakshi. Strategy planning. These are all small gears. The strategy planning is from Sri Krishna. And there are some more masters' biomemory, which is there in the body, which will start expressing itself very soon. It has not yet started operating, expressing itself. You may think, oh God, still there are something hiding in you which has not even started its job. There is a lot. There is a lot sitting which has not even started its job. And when I speak about the incidents and facts of the past life, there is so much of intense energy. It becomes a little difficult to express it in the language you understand. God. And I lived once more, having two bodies at a time, just like Shiva and Sati, Ardhangini. Two bodies at a time. Understand? Not two souls, two bodies. But at the same time I appeared, means took birth, same time left the body. Both hearts were beating from the same source. So both bodies are under this banyan tree, buried. One is male body, another one is female body. Both grew up simultaneously. It was not physically connected. Both bodies are physically separate, but it did not have two individual identities. One identity having two bodies. How much you understand? You understand? If I want to move my right hand, I have to tell which body is right hand. Means both bodies were operated from one brain. And I can switch to any brain. I can either switch to female body's brain and operate male body also, and male body's brain operate female body also. And I can eat in one body and the other body will be satisfied. I can just drink water in one body, the other body will have the effect of the water. I know it is getting too much. But I have decided I am going to answer this question. During the Meenakshi's body, it was 8.5 feet tall. Average human height itself was 8 feet. At that time, it was one of the earliest human settlement in the southern part of India.
However, Swamiji beautifully revealed about his past lives and how the past lives can directly influence this life. How we still carry the responsibility for the choices that we have made in the past life, even if we do not remember them. He compared it with putting food into the fridge and then the next day forgetting about it, you are only the person who is responsible that this food is being eaten. So let us dive deeper. We're going to learn about past lives throughout this whole day. It's a very exciting day. And we're going to have a very powerful process just before the darshan. So make sure to stay tuned for the entirety of the day. Have the right context to enter into the powerful process as we are getting ready to enter into the next segment right away.
Yes. So in the next segment, which should be, which should include meditation, we'll be learning about the different types of paths. So I think Swamiji already introduced this, how you have a path which is the immediate past and past that extends up to the time of your birth. Then there is the path that includes your very past lives itself. So one thing that we'll be learning today, before getting into the actual past life regression meditations, that is, for example, how the more complete we are with the past that we had in this life, then we will start to become more comfortable with connecting with the past lives, the past that extends even more. So it's like going back further and further in time, starting from today.
Exactly. Many people are curious about their own past lives and they want to know what happened. Who was I? What did I do? But when it comes to this life, all the pain and trauma that people have experienced, they want to forget about it. They don't want to involve with it. So that is the hypocrisy. We need to first face all the emotional trauma, all the incompletions of this lifetime. Then the past memories will open up for us as well. So yeah, without taking too much upfront, let us now get ready and let Swamiji reveal more about the different types of past.
Today's subject, past lives, most fascinating subject because it has its own mystery. How much ever you talk, how much ever you analyze, it has so much to offer. There is nobody who is not interested in past lives, even if they belong to the religions which does not believe in past lives. Even if they belong to religions which believes only in one life. In one corner of the heart, corner of the mind, they say, no, is there any technique we can know about our past? Please understand. From the moment of the universe happening till this moment is a third layer past. From the moment you assumed your first body until this moment is the second layer past. From the moment you assumed the body you are carrying now and this moment is a first layer past. Please understand. From the time Big Bang happened until this moment, it's a third layer past. Whole, the cosmic archives. Now for the spiritual transformation, you need to know only first layer and second layer past for transforming yourself and achieve Jivan Mukti, enlightenment, ultimate spiritual consciousness. You need to work only on the first layer and second layer past. What is the meaning of working on the first layer past and what is the benefits? The first layer past means the time you took birth from that moment to till this moment. This first layer past carries the engrams which makes you take decision. Many engrams, thousands of engrams which makes you take decisions. For example, tomorrow morning, when you wake up, how you are going to wake up, what is going to be your thought, what you are going to enjoy and what you are going to hate, what you are going to eat and what you are going to avoid. All these decisions are made by this first layer past. Your relationships, your responses, your thinking, everything is guided by the engrams and patterns you accumulated in the first layer past from your date of birth to now. You may have the question, what is engram? Engram means memory which gets engraved into your system, in your inner space, and makes you do again and again the same actions based on that engram, even if you know it is not good for your life's purpose. So you may have many mental patterns, sometimes which what were socially accepted, sometimes socially not accepted. Sometimes you create a pattern just because it is not socially accepted, you enjoy it. Really. Sometimes you create a pattern and enjoy it just to take revenge on society. So, these patterns, these engrams which you accumulated are from first layer past. Now, when you work on the first layer past, you will understand when you started picking up different responses, why you started picking up those responses, how can you live with the spirit, not the letter. Understand? If you want to break any law, just follow it as per the letter, forgetting the spirit, you will break it. Any law, if you follow to the letter, in few days you will break it. Understand? In your life, all the patterns you carry, engrams you carry, are the self-made laws for your own happy living. Please understand, you are not a fool to create a binding patterns. No. When you started creating those responses, they were not binding you. They were not bondage to you. When you forgot the spirit with which you created that pattern and started following the letter, just the pattern, you lost the freedom. Why you created that pattern? When you have forgotten and you lost the freedom, the spirit of why you created the pattern, it became bondage to you. Please understand? I'll give you an example. You pick up no engram pattern comes with you by itself. You choose. Some engrams and patterns you choose in this birth, some you have chosen in the past births, in past lives. I'll give you one example. In the young age, whenever you are cornered, you may pick up a pattern of shouting, screaming back. At that moment, that was giving you freedom. People get frightened of you and escape. You saw that decision, that pattern is really helping you in your life. It is giving you more freedom, more space for you to do what you want to do. Slowly you make that as a pattern. After a few years, you forget the reason for what you created the pattern. You just follow the letter of the pattern. See, now it's a law you created for yourself. If I am cornered, I will shout. That's the law you have created. What is the spirit behind the law? Because first few times when you shouted, all the disturbances disappeared in front of you. You are free to live as you want. That was the spirit with which this law is created. But in course of time, you forget the spirit. Only the law is carried. After 40 years, again, if you are cornered, you pick up the same pattern of screaming and shouting, but the result of freedom, free from the people who are cornering you, is not happening. Even if the result is not happening, you are following the same law as per the letter by forgetting the spirit. The self-made laws followed after forgetting the spirit, just as a letter, is called dead mental patterns. Dead mental patterns bring suffering to you. All the suffering you have in your life is just because of dead mental patterns. The moment cell dies in your body, it has to leave your body. Otherwise, it can become disease. The moment a pattern dies in your system, it has to leave your system. Otherwise, it can become a dead mental pattern. Dead mental patterns are your bondage.
Everything can be handled. Sariram yadavapnodi yachapyutkramadishvaraha grihid vaidani sanyadi vayur gandhani vashaya. The living entity in the material world carries its different conceptions of life from one body to another. As the air carries aromas, thus he takes one kind of body again, quits to take another. He says about again the samsara, the birth and death. Birth and death. Just how the air carries a smell, the consciousness carries your samskaras, the causal level samskaras, the mental print, and goes from body to body. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, will all the sins come with us? Please be very clear. Your sin or merit will not come with you, but the mental setup will come with you. For example, somebody has committed 100 murder. The 100 murder quantity sin will not go with him, but the attitude of committing murders will go with him and torture him. All your actions will be reduced to attitudes, like a capsule form, and that will go with you and torture the being. That is what Krishna says here. You will move from body to body. Ramakrishna says beautifully. It's like moving from room to room. When Ramakrishna passed away, attained Mahasamadhi, Sharada Devi is about to remove all the bangles, all the Mangalsutra, all the symbols of Sumangali. Immediately Ramakrishna appears and says, what are you doing? Where have I gone? I am here. I just moved from one room to another room. Why should you remove all these things? And be a Nitya Sumangali. From that day, Sharada Devi lived with all the things, just like a Mahalakshmi. With everything she lived. And please be very clear, today in the modern world, these are all very easy. Those days, 100 years ago, and that also a traditional family. She is born and brought up. She was living with the traditional families. But she did it. Courageous women. I always tell people, all the social conditioning, when it is dropped, you understand your life and death is nothing but moving from room to room. You suffer because you are not able to leave the situations which you created. You created, working so hard, you created a beautiful house, got a big car, created a big bank balance. Everything is ready. Now you have started living. Suddenly Yama appears and calls you, "Hi, enough now? Come, it is time for you to come." The only problem is, whatever you created, that is being taken away from you. That is the problem. That is why you are afraid. When you are out of the social conditionings, you are not afraid of death. You know it is just moving from one body, one room to another room. Srotram chakshus parshananja rasanam granamevacha adhishtaya manaschayam vishayan upasevate. The living entity, thus taking another grass body, obtains a certain type of ear, eye, tongue, nose and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects. One more important secret he reveals here, Krishna reveals. Based on your engraved memories in causal body, based on your engrams in causal body, you will create new senses. Understand? You will create your eyes, ear, tongue, nose and sense of touch, body based on the engram which you have in the causal body. If your mind changes, your body also will change. That is why in Samudrika Lakshana, there is a science called Samudrika Lakshana in India. Just by seeing your body structure, they will tell everything about your mind. Because they know the secrets. How your mind changes the body. How your mind can change your whole body. Here Krishna says, living entity creates your srotram, chakshus, sparshanam, rasanam, granamevacha. All the five senses are created by your mind. Please understand, not only every time you take birth, every day when you wake up from bed, your senses are recreated. If you can change your thoughts, I can assure within 6 months your face will change. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, after I started meditating, in 2 months my face has changed. My whole body has changed. It has got a different grace now. Please understand, when you change your mind, really your body changes. You will have different grace in your being. Beauty comes by makeup. Grace comes by meditation. Beauty comes by medication. Grace comes by meditation. Beauty is different and grace is different. Grace is something which makes the other person pleasant, which makes him feel at home. Beauty is something like which tempts him, which makes him feel excited. Beauty creates rajas in other person. Grace creates sattva in other person. That's a beautiful example. In Tamil version of Ramayana, they say, when Sita entered the court of Janagaraja, all the kings and rishis, including Vasishta, stood up automatically. When Sita entered, see, Sita is goddess Devi today. We all worship her. But when she lived, she is after all a princess. There is no need for Vasishta to stand up. She is supposed to come and touch the feet of Vasishta, because Vasishta is a great rishi. But just because of her grace, not because of beauty. Beauty will not create respect in other person. Beauty will create only temptation in other person. Grace only can create respect in other person. She is so graceful. She is radiating grace. The moment she walked in, including Vasishta, everybody stood up and respected her. The being, inner being, the mind, creates the body. Mind creates the body. I wanted to tell you one important thing. In Zen Buddhism, they say, when you walk, if grass does not die, if you don't create path on the lawn, you are qualified for sannyas. No, really. They live in small cottages, Zen monks. In front of whose cottage there is no pathway. In front of whose cottage the pathway is not created. He is considered to be spiritually evolved soul. They say, your feet should be, your walking should be so graceful, grass should not die. Religious masters, anybody who shared their wisdom, anybody who is intelligent, anybody who speaks some word about spirituality, leave about spirituality, anybody who gives a little bit of intelligence to anybody, they touch only this one subject, subconsciousness to superconsciousness. Life solutions are problems to the solutions to the problems which you are facing in the life. Anything related to intelligence is directly connected to this topic, from subconsciousness to superconsciousness. Whenever your activities, your thoughts, your mental setup are subconscious, you directly go towards suffering. You travel towards mithya, means which is ephemeral. The moment your words or your deeds are with consciousness, you simply travel towards superconsciousness, nitya, the eternal or eternity. All our growth, if at all you consider that somebody is growing, it can be only in this direction, from subconsciousness to superconsciousness. If you are moving from subconsciousness to superconsciousness, only then you are growing. Otherwise, you are only getting aged, getting old. Getting old is not growing. Anubhava is not anubhuti. In Sanskrit we have two words, anubhava and anubhuti. Anubhava means just getting old. Anubhuti means learning from the experiences. Anubhava is getting experiences. Anubhuti means learning from that experiences. A simple example. There are people who learn from experiences. First they touch the cigar fire and then they understand, oh, cigar fire will burn. Then they touch the matchbox fire. They say, oh, matchbox fire burns. Then they touch the oven fire. Oh, oven fire burns. They touch one by one all fires. By the time they come to the conclusion, all fire burns. They will be old, their body will be ready to be burnt. This is anubhava. You learn from experiences. But we don't have enough time to learn from experiences. We don't have enough time to commit all the mistakes and learn. It's an old saying, learn from your mistakes. I say, learn from others' mistakes. You don't have enough time to do all the mistakes and learn. Anubhava is the path of subconsciousness. Next, another beautiful word, anubhuti, means learning straight away from one mistake. It's like when you touch one fire and it burns, immediately you realize
all fire will burn. Coming to a clear understanding and conclusion, all fire will burn. Anubhuti is what I call superconscious state. Anubhuti is what I call a pure consciousness. Almost all the religions, all the rituals, all the techniques, all meditations are created only to drive man from subconsciousness to superconsciousness. Whatever you do, whether praying in the church or doing puja in temple or doing namas in the mosque or any other ritual, any other religious ritual is designed originally to lead man from subconsciousness to superconsciousness. Just want to say a few words about one temple which is there in my native place. The history says it took at least 600 years for them to complete the temple. But the day one when they started, they had a complete master plan. You may ask, how do you know they had a master plan? Because the inauguration or the first ceremony is done always at the edge of the temple. And the entrance, main entrance gate of the temple is the place they will first start constructing. It means what? They know the complete boundary area. Only then they can start from the outermost entrance. Not like US. They will start from here and go out. No. First they will have the clear master plan. The Ishanya means the northeast corner. The northeast corner is the place they will start the Bhumi Puja or the first ceremony, and they will have the whole outer structure ready first. 600 years, 600 year means at least some 20 generation, at least 20 generation of architects, the stone workers has to work, because when you work in the stone, you can't live more than 50 years. So much of dust going inside, your lifespan will be reduced. If you are directly working on stone, your lifespan will be less. And moreover, naturally, by the time you start working, it will be 25 or 30. It's not that day one you start working. No. So, maximum if somebody lives 75 years, he will be working for only 50 years. At least 20 generation, the architects would have worked. One important thing you should know, there is no method to store the drawing. No paper, no laptop, no computer, no drawing mechanism, no electronic media to transmit that concept. Now we have so many methods. We have now 3D way of thinking. Means clearly they project in a 3D way. You can do alteration. So many things can be done in the laptop, in the computer system. So many things can be done. Those days nothing was there. 20 generation of workers were able to digest, assimilate the main concept and carried on. That itself is unimaginable. Just try to convince your kids to do some puja or ritual or meditation for half an hour. You will understand how difficult it is. Convincing the next generation how difficult it is. But these guys are able to convince at least 20 generation, 600 years, they were able to convince about the ideology, about this great truth, about this great tradition, and the whole city has to work for it. Understand? Oh, those days people were innocent, they never asked questions, they just did. No, never think. We have produced greatest intellectuals who said no to everything. There are some books In Indian tradition, the book is called Kandana Mandana Vada, means the author is pulling down all kinds of traditions. All beliefs and all traditions. Must be a tabloid journalist. The guy must have been a tabloid journalist. He has not taken birth in modern days. He is criticizing everybody right and left. See, these tabloid journalists, they will criticize everybody. They will never allow their pictures to be published in anything, because people will start criticizing them. They will preserve their personal identity, their personality. That's why all over the world, people who write these tabloid things, they will have the nickname or some different face, different identity, just to protect them. This guy also does the same thing, criticizing everybody, but he himself is not proposing any theory. A disciple asks him, you are criticizing everything, I understand. You are saying everything is wrong, I understand. Why don't you propose a theory? He says, no, I will never do that mistake, because next generation guy will criticize me. If I propose a theory, next generation fellow will criticize me. They had all this kind of a great intellectuals. They have given birth to the greatest atheists, Charvaka. 5,000 years ago, he is writing a beautiful theory. Actually, if you read the theory, the modern day atheists, like communists, all these guys are two pygmies. They don't have a strong logical intellectual support, idea to declare that there is no God. But these Charvakas have got a strong logical theory. Very strong arguments to prove there is no God. Even in atheistic theories, we have reached top levels. We have produced giant atheists. See, in the modern day atheists, they just spread atheism like a one more religion out of power. They don't spread atheism out of logic or convincing people. No. It's one more power over. Always tell people, atheism or theism, both are religions used by different people to achieve their ends. That's all. To achieve their ends. So, even in atheism, the Vedic tradition, people have achieved different heights. They achieved different heights. And so logical. We had all these kind of people. But with all these kind of disturbances, with all this kind of atmosphere, with all these kind of people, our masters are able to create such huge infrastructures, temples, just because there is a truth behind the whole tradition. There is a strong truth behind the whole tradition. They were able to break stones just by sound. I myself have seen one yogi, he will just take a stone in the hand and create a sound through tongue, the hammer sound. Just as if the hammer is hitting the stone. Just in tongue he will create the sound, the stone will be 2 pieces and he will give it to you. Because sometimes I used to wonder how these guys have broken or digged out so much of granite. So much of granite. How could they get so much stone out of the hill? And how could they work so much with the stones? They used all methods, all systems, all different techniques. These huge temples and the lifestyle which they lived is the testimonial or the standing example of the power of the tradition. Understand, only if you understand the background and the power of the tradition, you will be able to relate with the technique. Otherwise, you can't understand this technique. just the technique says, enter the sound of your name, and through this sound, you will go beyond all sounds and achieve enlightenment. It will be very difficult. It will be very difficult. If you go back to your home and your family, your spouse or somebody asks, what did that Swami teach you? If you say, oh, he told me to repeat my name. They can't understand. What? For that you went to that Swami. I would have taught you much better things. That's what they'll tell. You went all the way to the temple to learn, to repeat your name. No. Understand. Unless you understand the whole background, you will not be able to relate with the technique which I am teaching now. You should know why Shiva is saying, repeat your name. Because traditionally, name is given by an enlightened being according to the energy from which you took birth. If you are centered on intellect, head, then you are considered as a followers of Brahma. You will be more knowledge oriented. You will be more intellectual oriented. You will be given that kind of a name, Jnana. Jnana means intellect. You will be given that kind of a name. If you are more oriented towards heart, feeling, sensitivity, devotion, you will be more given a different kind of a name, belongs to Vishnu, Bhakti, tradition. If you are being oriented, meditation, technique, solid guys. Being oriented people means very collective, strong, won't speak much but just do things. Strong people, tough guys. That's the right word. If you are that kind of a being, if you are that kind of a personality, seeing your engrams of your past birth, they will judge. If you are that kind of a personality, then you are Shiva energy. You belong to Shiva's energy, Shiva's tradition. They will choose name in that way. So, whenever you remember your name and the meaning with which, or the idea with which the name is given to you, that itself will remind you your path and the goal. Being reminded by your path and the goal is the best way to enlightenment. Vivekananda says, person who has got a clear goal and the path, if he does 5 mistakes, the person without the clear path and goal will do 5,000 mistakes. When you have a clear path and goal and constantly reminded about it, you will not waste your energy unnecessarily in different dimensions. Now, after becoming doctor and practicing 10 years, suddenly you will realize you are in the wrong place. Too late. I have seen many people, especially in this country, coming and talking to me. Swamiji, now I feel like I should change the profession. You can, but too late. And after living so many years, they say, I am with the wrong person. You can change, but too late. The years you lived, over. Years you lived is over. Because after all, you are going to be on the planet Earth for some 70, 80 years. Maximum 100 years. And the number of years you lived, wasted, over. So understand, having the clear idea about the engrams which you brought and your path and the goal will reduce the time wastage, energy wastage and unnecessary things getting accumulated around you. You will not waste your time. In the Indian tradition, the naming, giving a name was used as a technique to give you the path and the goal. It was like a compass for your life. Your name is the compass with which your name is a navigator, with which you will constantly be reminded about your goal and the path. what you are supposed to achieve, what you are supposed to be. Fulfilling the meaning of your name is the fulfillment. In the Indian tradition, they say self-fulfillment is self-realization. Whatever you create as a self around your name, if you just fulfill that, you have realized yourself. Over. You realized yourself. If you are fortunate enough to be named by an enlightened being, understand, all you need to do is to experience that name. Don't do any analysis. Don't think, oh, my attitude and identity looks different and he gave different name. How can this match? Never think. Just take that word, take that name and feel that is your life, and that is the password for your inner consciousness. Use that as a password. A new inner software will open. New world will open for you. You will experience a new space. That is the reason the enlightened masters insist on spiritual name. Insist on spiritual name. Identifying your spiritual identity and reconnecting yourself with your higher spiritual self. This technique is a very powerful technique. He says, enter the sound of your name. Understand? Means you are not supposed to repeat loudly. You are supposed to repeat internally. The sound should be happening internally and you should just enter into that vibration. One more thing, Sanskrit language is not created just to convey some logical prose idea. It is not just a linguistic purpose. Sanskrit has got phonetic purpose also. Phonetic means it is created to transmit a kind of a vibrations, particular kind of a sound. That is why we say the Veda mantras, even if you don't understand, just repeating or listening is so powerful. Just repeating or listening is so powerful. So try to create that sound. I think many of you have your spiritual name. You would have got in some of our programs. Just create that sound like a vibration. If you don't have a spiritual name, maybe you can use some God's name which you really feel connected. Your God or your master. If you have a chosen deity, God, or your master, if you feel connected to him, you can use that name as a mantra. Just repeat that name. Let your being be filled by that sound and enter into that sound. Just be with that sound. You will see suddenly you are in soundless space. You are in wordlessness. Just try to play with this technique for 1 month, not more than that. Just 1 month. Every day morning 10 minutes, evening 10 minutes. Or even while you are driving. This can be done even with open eyes, nothing wrong. While you are driving, while you are sitting, while you are spending few minutes with yourself, just try. Try to let your whole inner space be filled by that word. Whether your spiritual name, if you don't have one, the deity, the God, which you really love, with whom you feel connected, or the Guru, with whom you feel connected, that name, anything will do. Just try to work with that sound. Just try to work with that sound. Let your whole inner space be filled by that sound. Means internally it should be repeated. Your tongue should not move. You should not be repeating loudly. Internally it should be happening. And just enter that sound. You will reach the soundlessness.
Yes. Dhyanam. Swamiji beautifully revealed the deeper insights into the past and how we handle ourselves. When we hold our inner space so non-violently that even when we step on grass, it will not die. As per the Zen, that only makes a spiritual person, a person worth listening to. But we need to understand, when we receive the teachings from the Master, they are for us. They're directly addressed to our being, because the Master sees our entire past. He sees not only this 6-foot frame and the time he has spent with us. No, he sees the entire being, infinite, infinities. So when you take the teachings you receive from the Master and bring them to your husband, to your wife, to your family members, they might not resonate with it. They might not be able to catch it because it is directly addressed at you. You need to understand our very own timeless nature. As we take births and births all together, we accumulate so many different ideas and concepts. And when we move from one body to the next, they turn into characteristics. We might not remember the exact incident, why we took the decision to develop this quality, because it was in a previous birth. But still, once we reach the age of 7 and our root pattern is established, all these behaviors, they start to surface again until we complete them. So it is too important to learn about these truths to be able to make a conscious decision, to take the responsibility, to dig them up and to complete them. That is why the master in the life is the greatest blessing, because he gives the methodology and he directly cleanses the karmas which we are not able to even remember, the things we are not even able to make the connection. So let us bow down in gratitude to the master and get ready as we are moving on to the next segment of the day.
Yes, so with these multiple sessions, understanding the fundamentals about the past, the different types of past, and a bit about the past lives, now we'll be entering into the power manifestation and the third eye reading, which is directly going to help us, especially today, when we are going to be entering into the meditations, powerful meditation processes. Manifesting this power of the third eye reading will help us to become comfortable with the unknown, and it will of course tremendously awaken the third eye itself, which will help us to enter into deeper states of meditation and awareness. So we encourage all the participants to involve intensely the power manifestation today, and we'll be starting right now. So you can tie the blindfold and cover your eyes. We'll be showing the image for all of you, just a few moments, so we can all get ready. Whoever is present on the Zoom, we encourage all of you to participate. Mashobana, Masindi, Kigzin, Weng, Gao Ling Ling, Malichicha, and Joan Han. So some of you we can see, some of you we cannot, but we hope that you have all tied the blindfold already. If you haven't, do so now. And sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Your whole intention should be on experiencing oneness. Keep your intention on experiencing oneness, remembering Swamiji in your space, and surrendering yourself. Continuously, intensely surrender yourself at Swamiji's feet. Chant the Mahavakya intensely. You can chant internally or externally, as you like. And keep your awareness on the third eye. We'll be showing the image on the screen now. And let's begin the power manifestation.
Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
All right. You can remove the blindfold now. And open your eyes. Share whatever you have seen through the third eye. Have the confidence that whatever you have seen, experience was given to you by Paramashiva, by Swamiji. And share with confidence. See, as we explained already earlier, when you sit with your eyes closed, at some point you may be feeling that I'm seeing something, but I don't know. I'm seeing that, but I'm not sure if that is the image. So we need to come to that space where we have complete confidence that the moment you see something, it means that you are manifesting the power. So drop the need for confirmation, for verification, and build that confidence inside that Paramashiva is showing the image to me.
Swamiji once shared that for the Bhagāsanas of the Nityananda Gurukul, who would not immediately manifest this power, he would just tell them to tie their eyes and start running. We don't recommend that for all the participants' safety, but you have to have that confidence, that trust, that Paramashiva will reveal to you what is there, what is unseen. So sharing is a mild approach compared to that, but just share with the confidence that whatever you received is directly from Padmasana. So then we can root out all the incompletions we might have acquired during our school years about failing at tests or assignments, any doubt about speaking openly. Just share vividly what you have experienced. And yes.
All right, so I've got our opinions. Share the red, white, yellow, black, and some leaves, glows, golden sky. All right, okay, nice. So let's have a look at the image. If anybody else wants to share, you're free to do so. And so you can see the image is an octopus, mostly in an aquarium, I would say. And gold is there, red is there, and that kind of a sky color is there. And even if you see that the hue of the skin is like a sky, and you have the background also, which is blue. So you have seen some of the details. We need to get more precise, but still, you're getting some of the aspects, some of the colors. So that's good. That's good. So we'll continue to manifest more and more today, building the confidence that we can see through the third eye, that we can manifest the powers of Paramashiva, going beyond all the self-doubt, all of the incompletions. And now we'll be entering into the next session. And so now the next session is going to be on what defines the route of your life, the direction or the trajectory of your life. And Swamiji has shared, for example, that the past experience, the cognition that you have about your past, that determines your future. Because the past always reproduces itself as the future. But when you become complete with the past, you rewrite a new future for yourself. So this is one of the powerful cognitions and understanding that Swamiji has shared. We'll be learning more in this session, because we need to understand our own past, have the right cognition about the past, why it is important to know about the past. Then only we can have the right understanding to go even deeper into the past lives, which we'll be doing today. But first, let's build a right understanding on the past itself. All right. So let's come to the space of listening. We'll be now entering into this next session and learning what defines the route, the trajectory of our lives.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. When you are completely drowned inside your past, when your past is sitting on you as a dead weight, you will never be able to listen. Only when you want to responsibly work on your future, you start listening. Dead past never lets you listen. Past, by its very nature, does not have life, and if you try to indulge continuously in the past, it swallows the future also. All your negative thinking, fears, everything is rooted in past. It is rooted in past. If you look little deep, you will understand when you become aware of your thinking, when you become integrated with your thinking, your past has no more power over your future, over your inner space. For any negativity, for example, if you are thinking you will fail in examination or your business, that negative thought can become strong only if your past experiences are constantly reminded to you and they are supported with your cognition. Listen. Negativity cannot grow in your inner space, cannot have power over your inner space, cannot have strength on your inner space if your past memories are not continuously supplied as evidence. When you become integrated, first thing you will understand, your past failures are not failures. Your failures does not make you failure. And the number of times you remember your failure is the real problem, not the failure itself. It is like you go to some vacation only for 1 or 2 days and come back, but the number of days you show that photograph to everyone and brood over, and number of days you see that photograph and drool over, and the amount of importance you bring to those memory makes the vacations too big.
In this world, many of us don't know our place. That is why we feel we are uprooted. We don't feel we belong to this life. We don't feel we are at home. Because you don't know your place. Small story. In a dark theater, interval time, one guy went out, came back with popcorn and Coca-Cola. He came near a woman and asked, "Did I hit you or did I step on your foot few minutes ago?" She said, "Yes, as a matter of fact, you did." Then he says, "Thank you, then this is my seat." Then, this is my seat. You don't know your seat. You don't know your place. You have to identify your place only through these sources. You ask her, "Did I step on your foot? Did I hit you?" She says, "Yes, as a matter of fact, you did." Then he says, "Thank you." Then, "This is my chair. This is my seat." You don't know where you are situated. Only a person who has gone beyond greed and fear can relax into his being, will know what is his place on this planet Earth. If you don't fuel your being with fear and greed, suddenly you will see a new clarity. You will start working out of intelligence. You will start working out of divine consciousness. You will start working out of eternal bliss. Just decide, whatever I do out of greed, it only adds more and more greed. I am running. Enough. Same way, if you are escaping from something out of fear, all right, how much I can escape? How long I can run? This fear will come and attack me in some other form. If I am afraid of this and run, I'll be afraid of something else will come. It is just the fear, not the object about which you are afraid. The object is not going to chase you, but the fear will chase you. You may go away somewhere, but you are carrying the tent, the canopy of fear and greed with you. Wherever you go and do the picnic, you open your own small tent. Same way, wherever you go, you carry your own small tent of fear and greed. You may escape anywhere, but when you go and sit there, you will open up your canopy, your fear and greed. There are so many great escapes, especially in this country. How many places? World's most happiest place, they claim, the Disney World. Actually, I went all over, the Disney World and the zoo, all possible places. Wherever, whatever places are popular, they took me there. After seeing, I really felt sad inside me. These people need so much of entertainment, means how much of depression they are carrying inside. So much of entertainment is necessary means how much of depression they are carrying inside. If you need so much of entertainment, please be very clear, something seriously wrong with your system. Something is seriously wrong in the whole system. Man doesn't need, by his nature, he doesn't need so much of entertainment. If he needs so many things to make him happy, there is something seriously wrong in the whole system. We need to look into the system and repair it. Again and again, Krishna declares, let you work out of joy. And I tell you, if you work out of bliss, you will create bliss for yourself, and you will create bliss for others, and you will never know what is tiredness. You will never even know the word tiredness. I tell you honestly, still I can't understand the word tiredness. How can you have tiredness? Tiredness is nothing but the inner contradiction between your Ichcha Shakti and Kriya Shakti. Between your will and your action. There is an inner contradiction. Inside there is some deep problem. You have a problem between your anger and fear. You have a problem between your greed and fear. Your greed and fear is attacking each other and you are tired, that's all. If you are feeling tired, please be very clear. Inside you, a big war is going on. The Mahabharata Yuddha is going on. Inside you, the war between the fear and greed is happening. Man whose consciousness is clear can never experience tiredness. The very idea of tiredness is totally wrong. How can there be tiredness? Just what you want, you do, that's all. In my young age, when I was in the college, I used to sit and meditate. Morning I'll sit for 4 hours and evening I'll sit for 4 hours. I'll just casually sit and meditate. This roommates, they will ask me, how are you able to sit for so many hours? And I used to tell them, what is there? Your body, your mind. If you want, can't you sit? If you can't even sit with your body and mind, what are you going to achieve? Honestly, I am not even able to understand how a man cannot sit with himself. Your body, your mind, that's all. My body is my mind. Just sit, over. Why? Why we are not able to sit? Because continuously we have poured wrong fuel. Wrong fuel. That is why you are not able to sit with yourself. It's after all your body, your mind. Bring it completely under your control. If you can't bring this under your control, never ever expect you can bring anything under your control. Continuously, we are behind power. We want to control that, control this, control that, control this. The power hunger is so much in us. We are running behind always something to get the control over that. Understand, first let you bring your body and mind under your control. Let that be controlled by you. Then automatically it's not under your control. Whatever is under your control will not be under your control. So please be very clear. First thing which we need to do is bring your body and mind under your control. As of now, it is under the control of fear or greed. One thought from greed is enough. Your body just runs. One thought from fear is enough. Your body just runs. Let it not happen. Let it be completely under you. Let it be completely under your consciousness. Let you fill your body and mind. Let your eternal bliss, eternal consciousness fill your body and mind. Here, beautiful sutra, beautiful technique from Krishna to enter into that consciousness. Labande Brahma Nirvanam Rushayakshina Kalmasha Chinnat Vaidayatmana Sarvabhuta Hiterada. Those holy men whose sins have been destroyed, who are working for the welfare of other beings, means working out of bliss. Only when you work out of bliss, you will do good things for others. If you are working out of fear or anger, fear or greed, even if you do good things, it will end up only in trouble. It will not end up in as a service. Those who are self-restrained and have cleared all their doubts and dualities attains the eternal happiness of God, Nitya Ananda of divine.
There are two types of reality. Reality, comparative reality. Comparative reality is non-existential. But our whole life is completely tortured, bothered, disturbed. We live in hell just because of this comparative reality. Just because of this non-existential phenomenon, ghost-like phenomenon. Maya, as you say, Yama iti Maya, which is not there. That gives so much suffering. Continuously comparing. Anything, any step, comparison. Mahavira says beautifully, when somebody is sent to this world, whatever quantity food he takes is also sent to the world. Anybody takes Mahavira's idea. Not only your food is sent, I say, when you come to this world, you bring enough energy, karma, capacity to work out and to live your life perfectly. But as soon as you come here, instead of living your life, you started living others' life also by comparing. You have been sent with 10,000 rupees to NGO to bring a team, After you go there, you meet a friend who purchases a refrigerator. It's a 15,000. Either you switch over to a refrigerator or you purchase both. Refrigerator and TV. Then the remaining money debt. Suffering. God is really gracious. Many people come and ask me, if God is full of love and grace, why so much of suffering in the world? No, He never sends anybody in empty hand. He sends what you can manage along with you. When you come, you are deciding how much I will be able to manage with my capacity. How much I will be able to play balanced way. You bring the energy to create all those wealth along with you. After coming here, you forget. You look at the neighbor. If she puts AC, you need immediately AC. Otherwise, the house temperature will increase. Everything is there. For greed, nothing is there. Just like that. So, what is the way to come out? We understand comparison, jealousy creates so much of problem. Just think, all your problem, almost all your problem is centered on comparison. Continuously torturing yourself. You are torturing yourself with the thing which is not existing. If it is reality, you can do something that it's not reality. Then what can you do about it? You yourself say, you are not a rich man. You yourself say, you are not beautiful. You yourself say that you don't have any pain. And you yourself again say that I am not a poor man. See the mental game. Mind is just playing a trick with you. You are continuously cheated by your mind. And rose bush, palm bush. Never try to become somebody else. If you are really finding out your own inner creativity, inner potentials, finding out your own tune, your own tone, your core. If you have found your core, if you find your own core, your own way of life and live, you will not be compared with others. Comparison and jealousy exist because you don't know who you are. You don't know what is your life. That is why you are just continuously comparing the other's life. If you know something as your life, you will not start comparing with others' life. Neem tree and another neem tree is the same? No. Everything is unique. Why to go for a tree? Even in one tree, no two branches are same. If you look deep, no two leaves are same. Everything in existence is as unique as it is. Nothing can be compared. But man is the only animal uprooted from existence. We are continuously comparing. We have lost connection with existence. If you are rooted in existence, in the God, in the nature, you will not feel that you are uprooted. You will know that what is the core of your life, what is the uniqueness of your life. You will not be comparing yourself with others. You will not be living for the sake of others. You will be living your own life. You will be fulfilling your own life.
A small story from Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein, the greatest scientist of last century, the greatest truth which is discovered in the last century is done by him, discovered by him, the theory of relativity. This man was about to die. About to die in deathbed. Doctors are told only few days more he will be alive. All his disciples were sitting around him, his scientist disciples. The disciples were asking, Einstein, if God gives you one more birth, how would you like to take birth? What is the birth you wanted? What way you would like to take birth? What you would have told? He told, I should take birth as a plumber, the woodworking plumber. Then scientists, the people have become simply wonderstruck, surprised. They asked, why? What happened? Why are you telling in that way? Einstein says, when I was a small boy, I wanted to become a plumber, a woodworker. In foreign, plumbers do the woodworking. In abroad, they are called wood plumbers. Here only the name is different. People who work with wood and plumbing, wood plumbing. Anyhow, then these people asked, why? What is the reason? Then Einstein replies, when I was small, I want to become a plumber. But when I went to learn the work, when I started learning, somehow my master has beaten me. Afraid to get beatings, I ran away from there and went and fell in the hands of scientists. And somehow I became an intellectual and I did all these things. Even though I have everything outside, I have money, name and fame, whatever you call it, all the four things. Even then I have everything. I don't have the satisfaction that I have lived my life. I have found the greatest truth of this century, but my life has become lie. My life is not truth. You should learn something, great lesson from his teaching. What he said, only a real mystic can say. A satisfaction of living, the satisfaction that you have lived is the essential thing. That's the only gift you can get from life. Whatever else you get from life can be taken away from you. Death will simply take away everything from you. You know, even your body is taken away. Your life is taken away. Only one thing can be left with you, the satisfaction that you have lived your life. If you achieve that from the life, you have achieved whatever can be achieved from the life. If you have not achieved that one thing from life, you have not achieved anything from the life. So even if you die in a platform as an orphan, but if you have the satisfaction that you have lived your life, you will have a peaceful, beautiful death. Otherwise, even if you die in an AC room, in the hospital ICU, top hospitals ICU, no, you will not have the satisfaction that you have lived, your life. A continuous comparison and continuous jealousy changes the root of your life. The negative existence, things which don't exist, haunts you in your life because you are unaware, because you are in low energy. That is what Upanishads say, Maya. Yama iti Maya. Which is not there is Maya. But Maya is the cause for all our problems. sorrows. Vedanti say Maya is the root cause for everything, for all our problems. What is the meaning of the Maya? Yama iti Maya, which is not there is Maya. How can you be hunted by which is not there? You can be hunted, you can be harassed, you can be nagged. Somebody who is existing, which is already happening, that is different. Somebody who is existing, if they nag you, it's okay. But you are nagged by somebody who is not existing, who is not living, who is Yama, who is not there. How can it happen? This is the way it happens. Which is not there, but which you create. The comparative reality. A continuous comparison with others. Actually it is not there, which you create, a purely your own creation, your own production. Actually you produce, but the title you don't want to put your name, you put somebody else's name. You are the producer of your life cinema, but out of politeness, you put somebody else's name, sometimes God's name. Somebody came and asked me, Swamiji, I am full of poverty, what to do? I asked, how many children do you have? 14. Why did you give birth to 14? No, Swamiji, God gave. God gave or you gave? What is happening? He gives, he produces and put God's name. I don't think God comes down to earth to produce children. And 14, after 14, he says God gave. What is happening? That is the same thing which we do continuously. We produce everything and put God's name. But God is not going to suffer. God has not come to me. I told, if God gave, let him come to me, I will answer to him. You go. Just trying to escape. You produce, but you put somebody else's name. But that is not the way. That is not going to solve your problems.
Was lived throughout his life as an atheist. At the end, somehow a small accident happened in his life. He has fallen from a cliff. He is just holding a tree, the root of a tree, and shouting for help. And he saw that root is also slowly coming down. When he saw he is going to die, he thought, anyhow I am going to die, why not give a small chance to God? Why not give a small trial? He shouted with all his being, oh God, throughout my life I never believed you. Now I'll believe you. Please somehow save me. Save me, I'll believe you. God from above, he told, all right, I will save you, don't worry, let go your hand, I'll hold you, I'll take care of you. Immediately he shouted, is there anybody else who can save me? Is there anybody else who can do something for me? Whenever you relate with the divine through fear, you end up in the same way. Neither through greed nor through fear you can relate with the divine. You may try your best, but relationship can never happen. One captain and his subordinates, 3 persons, all the 4 were traveling in a ship. Suddenly the storm has attacked the sea. The ship has started shaking. They felt totally insecure. what to do? Captain started praying fervently. Oh God, somehow save us. If you save us, we'll stop smoking. But God is not listening for the prayer. Still, the ship is shaking. After 10 minutes, he started praying, God, please somehow save us. We'll stop drinking. No answer. Still, it is shaking. It is becoming only worse. He started shouting, oh God, please save us somehow. We will stop womanizing. The subordinate colleague told, keep quiet, don't shout much. I think a small island is seen. We could see small island. Please don't go to that extent. A small island is seen. Through fear, when you relate with the divine, you can never relate. Next, through Oris, Manipuraka. You try to relate with the divine for the sake of your peace, for the sake of your silence. Now you will enter into a new phase. You will be able to relate. Fear and greed will never open the door to the divine. Asking for peace will just allow you near that vicinity. Of course, just if you ask for the peace, you cannot enter into the temple of God, but you can enter that vicinity. In a way, it's like you will not have the citizenship, but like green card. You will have a green card. Asking for peace is like a green card. You will be under the trial. You will be under the watch. But a good step. You will be allowed to park, but not to enter into the temple. When you ask for the next step, creativity, the throat. Through creativity you can relate with the God. Relating with the God through creativity. Now only first you will be entering into the space of the divine. That is why you can always see through art, through dance, through poems, you can relate with the divine very well. Then through offering your money. I have seen in India people who pour all their wealth on the temples. They will be pouring the wealth, getting only the blessings of priest, never the God. Person who pours his being, his emotion, his creativity, person who writes poems, person who creates dances, person who creates painting for the God, I have seen always they relate with the divine, they get the blessings. Whenever you pour the wealth, you get the blessings of the priest. Whenever you pour your being, you get the blessings of God. I have always seen people having great satisfaction and blessings in our ashram also. When they come and do some service, creativity, some way of spending the time, they go with more satisfaction, more benefit and more result than the persons who pour the wealth. Of course, when you pour the wealth with humility and humbleness, you spend the time also, you spend the heart also. Whenever you put only the money, not the heart, you try to relate through the divine, through greed and the fear. Only when you put your time, only when you put your creativity, only when you do something for the divine, you try to relate to the divine through the plane of creativity.
Here, let us enter into the technique. First time, Krishna gives a beautiful technique to move your energy from fear and greed to divine consciousness, eternal consciousness. Your fear is rooted in Swastikasana chakra, means the chakra which is situated just below the navel, 2 inches below the navel. Your greed is rooted in the Muladhara chakra, the chakra which is in the root of your spine, which is at the root of your spinal cord. Here Krishna gives you the technique how to elevate yourself from the 2 chakras to the eternal consciousness, the chakra of Anya, where the eternal consciousness resides, where your very being resides. Sparshan kritva bhagirbhamyam chakshuschayvandare bhruvo pranavano samo kritva nasapyandaracharino yadendriyamano buddhir munir mokshaparayanah vigadescha vayakrodo yassada muktayevasa. Sparshan kritva bhagirbhahyam sachakshuschaivam dare bhruvo pranavano samo kritva nasapyandaracharino yadendriyamano buddhir munir mokshaparayanah vigadescha vayakroda yassada muktayevasa. Krishna gives a technique. You are all caught in the Muladhara and Swastikasana, fear and greed. That is why continuously you can watch. You will have a sort of a tensed feeling. You will be continuously holding your Muladhara and Swastikasana. Even now, just look into your being. Look, see, relax. You can feel near the Muladhara area, you will be tightly holding yourself. You always hold yourself. You are always in tension, tensed in Muladhara and Swastikasana. Krishna explains how to relax that area, how to stop the fuel coming from greed and fear and get the fuel, get the Amrita Tara from eternal consciousness. Shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eyes and vision concentrated between the 2 eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breaths within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind, senses and intelligence. The transcendentalist aiming at liberation becomes free from desire, fear. Desire and fear, the byproduct of desire and fear, anger, all 3. One who is always in this state is certainly liberated. Sada mukta evasa. First he gives the technique to enter into that state. Then he says, if you can stay in the same state, you are liberated. Now, at least let us try to have the glimpse of this state which Krishna explains, which Krishna speaks in this sloka. I will try to guide you step by step through this meditation. Please try to enter into that state. It may take next 10 minutes. Please sit straight and close your eyes. Let your head, neck and backbone be in a straight line. Intensely pray to the ultimate energy to give the experience of this to us. First thing, visualize all your senses are completely shut. Visualize your eyes are completely closed. Your eyes are shut. Don't allow any visualization to happen inside your being. Not only closing the eyelids, close the eyes. Visualize your eyeballs have become completely dark. You are seeing only darkness in front of you. Visualize your ears are shut. Visualize your sense of touch is shut. Visualize your smelling capacity is shut. Visualize your taste is shut. Feel deeply. All the five senses are shut. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Let your consciousness reside between the two eyebrows. Let your consciousness reside between the two eyebrows in a very relaxed way. Let you be aware of the space between your two eyebrows. Don't concentrate yourself very relaxed, deeply relaxed, awareness. Let your Mooladhara be relaxed. Let your root of the spine be relaxed. Let your Swastikasana be relaxed. Let your whole consciousness come up to the Ajna chakra, which is between the eyebrows. Let you concentrate in the space between the eyebrows. Let you relax in Ajna chakra between the eyebrows. Visualize cool, soothing light in the Ajna chakra, in the space between the eyebrows. Relax in the same Ajna chakra between your two eyebrows. Forget about the world. Forget all other parts of your body. Forget everything about your mind. Let you forget the body, mind and the world. Remember only Ajna chakra, the space between the two eyebrows. Relax in the same space, your Ajna chakra.
deeply into your Agnya Chakra, in the space between the two eyebrows. Visualize beautiful, cooling, soothing light in the Agnya Chakra. Let you experience beautiful, blissful light in Agnya Chakra. Don't tense yourself. Let your awareness be on the Agnya Chakra in a very relaxed way. Let your consciousness rest in the space between the two eyebrows. Let you rest in the space between two eyebrows in a relaxed way. Let you relax. Eternal consciousness. Let you be beyond the body, mind. Let your intelligence be awakened. Let you work through the eternal consciousness. Let you have the pleasant awareness of Agnya Chakra.
eternal consciousness. Let you all be in, become one with and radiate eternal bliss, Nityananda. Very slowly, you can open your eyes. Let you start staying in the same mood, at least for next 10 days. Understand, don't concentrate by force, but the pleasant awareness. When you keep that pleasant awareness around the Anya Chakra, your whole energy will be directed towards the eternal consciousness. You will receive energy from eternal consciousness, from immortality, Amritattva. You will not be driven by fear or greed from below. You will be driven from eternal consciousness from above. From below, if you are driven, you are man. From how to connect yourself with the divine energy, how to be driven by the divine consciousness. Let you function through the eternal consciousness. Let you be in and on, become with and radiate eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gam Sachanuramardhanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. So when it comes to understanding what is the route, the trajectory of our life, mainly Swamiji spoke on how when we are run based on fear or greed, the kind of restlessness that we get into, how we can see in our lives when we run based on fear or greed, we get exhausted, and we finally we feel cheated, we feel frustrated because the whole life is only lived at that level. And especially today when it comes to this whole past life process, especially when it comes to the memories that we would have from the past, the incompletions that we would have carried over multiple lives, they would be related to some of these root emotions like fear and anger, violence, and all of that. Very deep seated patterns. And that is why when unconsciously we have stored some of these memories inside us, we won't even know why it is there, why we are the way we are, as if it's almost normal to have this layer of underlying emotions, deep emotions inside us, but which is not, because it can be healed, it can be removed, and we can live completely conscious lives where we don't have these unconscious emotions, fears, and so on. So here, Swamiji says that fear is what leads to anger. Fear is the passive form of the energy, while anger is the active expression. Okay, so both are directly connected, the fear and the anger. And Swamiji says when you are angry, just look into the anger. At the root of it, you will find a deep fear. This anger stems from fear. So if you are feeling fear, decide to express anger at that time. You can express it for your body. You can hit some pillow or whatever. You can throw your hands, stamp your feet, and express the energy however you feel like. And you will see that the fear disappears when you express that energy in the form of anger. The fear will disappear, because you may not be able to express fear when it's a passive energy. It's not something you'll be able to transmute, but through anger you can dissipate the fear. And similarly, fear can also transform to hate, the hatred. And you just need to be aware of yourself and witness how the emotions suddenly change from one form to another. When you understand this play, you can easily get out of this game, of this collision of emotions that you have inside. And actually, one of the processes that we'll be doing later on today will be all about expressing all of these emotions like fear, hunger, and all of that. So maybe we can just take a few moments to contemplate on that, and you should try now. Actually, any fear that you have, you can try to remember a fear moment that you had just recently, and feel that energy inside when the fear overtakes you, and now decide to express it actively as anger. Okay, you can maybe lock yourself in the room, take whatever precaution you need, make sure to close your window or whatever, and do now itself, do it here, and express the fear through anger actively, as we said, by through your body, physically. Okay, you take a few moments now. Let's enter into this active process. And if you have any questions or doubts, you can feel free to ask. Yes, let's get into the exercise. All right. So hopefully you have completed the process and taken some time to reflect. And now we'll be moving into the next session. And yes, and now we'll be entering into another Kriya, one of the Nitya Kriyas that Swamiji has designed, which is this time to heal anxiety. So it will benefit all of us, everyone of us here, helping us to relax and to settle down, to clear our nervous system so that we can feel more complete, more restful, more stable within us, which will help us a lot today to experience the deep meditative states that we'll be getting into. So be ready, have your yoga mat, everything that you need, and let's enter into the Kriya.
Let's enter into today's Kriya. Today's Kriya is care for anxiety. First step, Maschendrasana. It is a Garanda Samhita, second Upadesha, 23rd verse. Having kept the abdomen at ease, similar to the back, the bent left leg should be placed over the right lap. There in that posture, the right elbow should be placed on this, and the face has to be placed on the right palm. The sight fixed at the eyebrow center. This is called Matsyendrasana. This is Matsyendrasana. Be in that posture for 30 seconds. This will create certain chemicals and energy in your body. Straight away you will be released from anxiety. Now change. I'll tell you step by step. Stretch your legs. Bend your left leg and place it on your right lap. Now place the right elbow on the left knee. Place your face on the right palm. This is for doing the Kriya. You are ready? Yes. With this, you will have to do the Kriya. All anxiety will disappear. Because now you will be having so much of anxiety to do this Kriya. You don't need to put your face exactly on the palm, but you can use this hand for the Kriya. That's the reason. Next, in this Kriya, start the Trishula Kumbhaka. Inhale through nostrils and also through the mouth simultaneously. Hold the breath as long as you can judiciously and exhale very slowly. Do this 21 times. Start. Shitkari Pranayama. Hatha Yoga Pratipika Upatesha 2 verse 54. The breath needs to be sucked in through the mouth with a hissing sound, and the exhalation to be done through the nostrils. I'll show you. Sit in a comfortable way. Of course, sit in the same Matsyendrasana. By now it should have become comfortable. And press the lower teeth with the upper teeth. Open the lips comfortably. Suck the air through the gaps and between the teeth. Be aware of the sound produced. After inhaling, close the mouth and exhale through the nose. Don't hold. I'll show you. Do the Shitkari for 21 times. Shitali. It is Garanda Samhita, 5th Upadesha, 54th verse. The breath has to be filled in the abdomen by drawing the air through the tongue. After having retained the breath for a moment, the exhalation should be done through the nostrils. Sit comfortably, close the eyes, protrude your tongue as much as possible. Let me show you. Roll it. Roll the sides of the tongue like a tube. Now inhale through the tube formed by the tongue. Hold as long as you can. Then exhale through the nostrils. Do it 21 times. Next is the last step, Trinetra Kumbhaka. Please understand this Kumbhaka Patati 192nd verse. Inhale through left, hold the breath without exhaling. Inhale through right also, hold the breath without exhaling. Inhale through both and hold the breath as long as you can, then exhale and relax. Inhale through right and again without exhaling, inhale through left. Again without exhaling, inhale through both. Hold judiciously as long as you can, then relax. Let's start. let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Yes, we are back. Sorry for the short interruption. We'll be resuming with our session. So we hope that you were all able to follow along in this Kriya. And we'll be now entering into the power manifestation. So everyone can get ready. You can all tie the blindfolds. And let's get ready for the third eye reading. So cover your eyes. And connect to Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your awareness to the third eye. Take a few moments to unclutch. Surrender yourself at Swamiji's feet. Surrender the very identity that you have. Remember that you are Paramashiva. And from the space of Paramashivoham, see through the third eye. Acknowledge whatever you see. From now onwards, anything that you see is shown to you by Paramashiva. So have a confidence whenever you see anything, whenever a revelation is given to you, that Paramashiva is showing this to you, right? All right, so we'll be showing the image on the screen now. Let's begin the power manifestation.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
Yes, you can now remove your blindfold and begin to share anything that was revealed to you during this round of the power manifestation. Describe in as much detail as possible whatever the third eye, whatever Swamiji has revealed to you. It'll take just a few moments for you to share before we project the image once more for the verification step. So Ma Ananda Agora Rupini is sharing purple, yellow, green, thick trees, ground, fallen leaves, mountains, and few dreams in the middle. All right. And Ma Shukrananda is sharing, I just feel my heart chakra or my whole body becomes so vast and the body is producing intense heat and I'm feeling I'm turning 360 degrees, some yellow, blue. All right. So let's have a look. You can see a hand throwing a paper plane in the sunset. You can definitely see the gradient of blue turning towards orange, yellowish. That is definitely there. And yes, made of paper. So I guess fallen leaves, tree. And the vastness, it is looking directly up at the sky. So, all right, from this, let us get ready and we're going to move on to a second round. So once more, tie the blindfolds and settle down. Chant the Mahavakya intensely and connect to Swamiji. Let's all take a moment to tie the blindfolds. And let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Drop any expectation at Swamiji's feet and simply let him express through you. Let him reveal what we are going to project on screen now as we enter into the second round of this power manifestation. Let's begin.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Yes, you can remove the blindfold. And please share everything that the third eye has revealed. Remember that you may see the details of the image, you may see even more. You may get understandings about the image that just the visuals by themselves would not reveal. So with this understanding, now try to decode everything that you have seen. Ashoka is sharing an elephant. Okay, all right. So give a few more moments for everyone to type and share.
Yes. Describe vividly everything that you have seen. And yes, let's celebrate Paramashiva landing. We give just a few more minutes for everyone to share. Also requesting all the YouTube and Facebook viewers to share your results from the power manifestation. Also, Ma Lee Yun. So you also attended the power manifestation. So feel free and share whatever you have received, whatever was revealed to you. And let's get ready. Let's reveal the image. Yes.
Yeah, so you can see the front of a temple, the top of a temple door with bells and a deity, which could be, not sure, but deity sitting in a Padmasana posture on top of the door, and with the bells at the front, a bit of the roof is seen atop. So
there's some green wire that's going into the door, some door locks attached to the chain. Yes. So golden is definitely there, and green also. The wire that is going in is green. And generally, Mashukrananda, the deity which is sitting in the entrance of the temple is generally Ganesha, is sitting close to the entrance area. So we don't know. He might be just right next to the door. We don't exactly know which temple this is either. But definitely celebrate, regardless of if you feel you manifested successfully or not. Understand it is all about manifesting oneness, manifesting the space of oneness through the feeling connection to Swamiji. So let us give our gratitude to Swamiji, and let's just continuously manifest this power more and more, establish ourselves in the space of gratitude more and more, and just evolve through this powerful process, which is power manifestation.
yes, so thank you for participating in this power manifestation. And we'll be now moving into the next session, which is completion with the past. So we already explained how, when you want to enter into the past life regressions, how complete you are with the past that you had in this body. That completion is necessary for you to go deeper into the past lives memories. So that's why we start this day learning about the different types of past, completion with the past now especially, so that we can prepare ourselves in the best way for the past life regression. So let's enter into this next session now. Let's receive these understandings and powerful cognitions from Sam.
Please understand, many of the incomplete moments of the past sitting inside you now in the present is the reason why you do not listen. Understand, it's only with completion listening starts. You will learn the process of completion. We will begin completing your past. Only then your ability for pure listening exponentially goes up. When you complete your past, your ability for pure listening exponentially goes up. We will work on a lot of powerful methods that will establish you in the state of completion, increasing the state of listening in you. Along with those techniques, continuously take on only this one spiritual practice, listen. This is the only spiritual practice I want you to do for next 21 days. That is listening. Everything else will automatically happen. We all know the truth. We understand that everything changes, including what we perceive and what we do not perceive. How can we coexist in Advaita with our fellow beings, even if either one of us, myself or others, do not accept the change as something necessary and good for all of us? This was the question. Actually, the second line of the second verse is the answer. Understand. Evam tvayinanya tetosti na karma lipyate nare. When you decide to live, when you decide for life based on the understanding everything is consciousness. See, I'll just give you few types of mental setups. Some people decide against life, seeing the suffering in the life, and by becoming powerless to face life, they decide against life. I tell you, I can give you an example. At the age of 6, when you are in school, your teacher asks some question. Who is the Prime Minister of India, first Prime Minister of India? You put your hands up and jump and shout, Mahatma Gandhi. Whole class will be laughing at you. And at that time you feel naturally, oh, I have done something wrong. I should not be putting up my hand and jumping like this. I should keep quiet in a crowd. This decision, even after you become 47, when you are sitting in a meeting, you are the CEO. Even then, if you have an idea, you won't speak out directly in the group. You will tell somebody else, and that person will tell that to the group, and he will get the name. You decide for your whole future based on one incident. Look in thousands of decisions you have done based on one incident against life. And the other day I was talking to a devotee. I was telling him, hey, always remember you are Mahadeva, Shiva, and move the happenings of your life with this understanding. He said, no, Swamiji, I just have blood pressure and sugar. I tell myself I am Mahadeva and let this blood pressure and sugar be healed. When that does not heal, I lose confidence that I can change the other things. Listen. This blood pressure and sugar, you would have taken so many thousands of decisions against life, that is why it came. So now when you decide for life, decide at least few times till that whole part starts listening to you. See, your decisions against life has become a big chunk in you. You may not need to kill all of them, but you need to create the decision for life, at least to drive them enough. each time your decision against life becomes one soldier against you. If there are 2 million soldiers inside you, each time you create a positive decision, means for life, you are creating one soldier in your army. Now, you don't even have to create an army for you to kill the opposite army, but you have to at least create the sound, noise, that they should run away. So if you have taken 1000 decisions against life, at least 10 decisions for life you have to take. Only then all those 1000 decisions against life will be nullified. Many times you decide against life just because of a simple incident, for small reasons. So understand, there is one kind of mental setup which decides against life because of few incidents of life. Second, there are a set of people. There is a kind of a mental setup. They decide against life. Listen, they decide against life out of ignorance. That deciding against life is going to give them peace or liberation, that ignorance. People think, oh, instead of living like this, let me die. And you think if you die, immediately you are released from all this suffering? No. If death is going to be the freedom from all these sufferings, I would have started promoting suicide long before. No. It is no way going to free you. Please understand, if you commit suicide because you are not able to handle your wife, you may have 10 wives exactly like the same person with whom you are living in the hell. Now, from whatever you think you can escape, you will have more. You will have more. And unfortunately, in the hell, you don't have a choice of committing suicide. So out of ignorance, people deciding against life. And there are some people who want to choose for life, decide for life, but do not think that is what cosmos wants you to do. Don't sincerely, authentically stand by it. They say, all right, now I am deciding for life and let me see how much it goes, how far it goes. After 2 days, one small shaking, immediately they fall back. They collapse. Again they start entertaining the thoughts, I think instead of this, let me better withdraw. Please understand, all withdrawal you did is against life. Whether you withdrew from your job, thinking that it will be too stressful and responsible, or you withdrew from your love affair, thinking that it will not be possible for you to stand and give a fight against the people who are opposing you, or you withdrew from your career or responsibility, or you withdrew from your decision of sannyas, whatever withdrawing is against life. Listen, please listen with all your attention. The constant happening of life can be perceived as a constant rebirth or a constant death. If you perceive it as a constant rebirth, you will experience the beauty of life. If you perceive, listen, if you perceive life as a constant rebirth or constant death, both the ways, whatever way you may be perceiving, life is not going to change. Please understand. Reality does not wait for your acceptance. I think I need to give more examples, then you can grasp what I am saying. You can catch what I am saying. Whatever need to be taken away from you, when that is taken away, your hue and cry, non-acceptance, screaming, shouting, cursing, all that will neither stop nor reduce the speed of those things being taken away from you. Same way, whatever need to be showered on you, your blessing, your praising, all those things will not multiply the things which is going to be showered on you. Please listen. Praising God or life or Guru is not to please them but to keep you in a pleasant space. Understand? Be very clear. Praising God or Guru or life is not to please them but for you to be pleasant. Never ever think you can bribe Mahadeva. No. If you are in the mood of praising them, you will be in the pleasant space. That is the result, that is the fruit of praising gods, goddesses, doing Sahasranama, doing Archana, Vandana, Bhajana, Pujana, Seva, worshipping, chanting, serving, praising, all that is for you to be kept in the space of pleasantness. Bribing Mahadeva is not possible. Listen, no bribing is going to work. You can't bribe him. Please understand, we should know our problems, only then we can correct it. The practices of building the mind, listen. I am using this word once more. Practices of building the mind is as important as practices of building the body, like eating, sleeping. I wanted this as the punchline for today. Just like sleeping, completion is required for mind. Just like eating, authenticity is required for the mind. For body, eating. For mind, authenticity. For body, sleeping. For mind, completion. Like how you eat all day. If you don't have work, you are only eating or drinking. Morning, the moment you wake up, little fruits, 2 bread, 1 cup coffee, and then brush the teeth. Finish 1, 2, 3. Come back and have just few idlis, hot idlis. Chutney, sambar. And then while you are driving to the office, little French fries and 2, 3 burger. Then the moment you reach the office, Coca-Cola. Whole day how you go on and on and on eating. Listen. The muscles which are not becoming part of your body only becomes tumor. Your thoughts and actions, words which are not becoming your authentic identity only becomes incompletion. Your incompletions receives energy from you. Your tumor grows from the energy supplied by your body. Don't think your enemy is supplying energy to your tumor from somewhere. No. Your enemy should not agitate you with the wrong beliefs. You should agitate your enemy with the right facts. Understand? Never allow yourself to be agitated by your enemies. Be very clear. No enemy can supply energy to your tumor. No enemy can supply energy to your inauthenticity. It is you who supply energy to your inauthenticity. You who supply energy to your tumor. Nobody else. So whole day you will see your thoughts, your actions, your words strengthen the inner image, outer image, others image, life image you want to create. Tuning your thoughts, words, actions to your authentic identity. Whole day and living is what I call perpetual completion. Listen. Perpetual completion. Whole day, whole night, continuously, perpetually, your thoughts, words, actions, strengthening your authentic identity is perpetual completion. If you want your identity to be very friendly, loving, never ever use a strong abusive word. Don't think, no, I want to be friendly with that group. But with this fellow, if I use the abusive word, what is the wrong? No. That group may not listen to this word, but the effect of this word will be there inside you, which will be smelled by that group. You can never cheat yourself. So understand, if you think logically, you can hide information here, information there. Life doesn't work like that.
Like when we are doing the process and we are asked to do completion, I know that I'll not be able to do it, and I'll always think, okay, anyway, Swami will take care of it in Shivoham.
Even that attitude is okay.
I'll try my best to do it, Swamiji. But when you do the Shivoham process, I know you are giving it, but then I do have a self-doubt all the times raising it, like, oh, Swami is giving, will I be able to take it completely?
That self-doubt will melt down if you try your best and fail.
Okay, Swamiji.
That self-doubt will be exhausted.
So, like every time when
you try your best to do completion when you are supposed to do.
Okay, Swamiji.
Even about the self-doubt, do completion.
Okay, Swamiji.
It will be exhausted.
Okay. And when I was identifying the root pattern, Swamiji, the first incident I could remember is like my mom always keeps on scolding me. So in that incident also, I was under the much fear that she will scold me. But I don't know where that fear came from. Like so I was not able to
That can come even from the Garbha. See, in Garbha, you hear whatever she talks. At the age of 2.5 or 3, suddenly I started reciting the whole Abhirami Andadi. It's a 100 verse, Tamil verse on Devi. Suddenly, no book, I can't even read. 2.5-year-old kid, kid can't read. I never went to school and can't read letters and all. Just started reciting all the 100 verse. Later on, I digged out, and these relatives also, they spoke and discovered when my mother was carrying me, she attended Abhirami Andadi class. Every day she was listening. Just 2.5-year-old kid. Whole 100 verse I will repeat. So whatever your mom does, you do listen when you are being carried. Your soul does not enter at the time, but the biomemory listens and records, like automatic recording machine. Listen, this is the science of completion. All suppressed emotions, powerlessness, difficulties, guilt, resentment during the root incident keeps the incompletion pattern alive. If you relive that root incident, not remember. I am not asking you to remember. Remembering is superficial. Reliving means forgetting your present age, everything, dump it. Go back to that age when that incident happened. Same mind, same energy, same consciousness, same intelligence, same identity. Become that, decide to become that. And start reliving the incident. Suddenly you will see all that pain, suffocation. You go through everything once more, but this time completely. You will allow that to leave your nervous system. You will allow that to melt down through your nervous system. You will allow that to cleanse your nervous system. With this cleansing, with this releasing, the panic attacks regularly you go through, incompletion pattern attack which you go through regularly will not be there. It will just collapse. The incompletion tree, incompletion patterns tree will just collapse because the ground is gone. The tree is not able to have the right ground. When the ground is taken away, naturally the tree collapses. This is the science of reliving. Please understand. Whenever I ask you to relive, don't judge that incident with your present knowledge. No. I am not asking you to reconcile. No. Completion is not reconciliation. It is not remembering. It is reliving. How many ever time you try to reconcile, you will never be able to forgive yourself, some people in your life for what has happened. So reconciling is not what I am asking you to do. Relive. Not only you will forgive, you will forget them. I don't even ask you to forgive. Don't forgive. You will simply forget them. You will simply forget them. I tell you, when you are able to forget them, they will have their karma back. Understand? When you are able to forget them, they will have their karma back. I never forgave anybody. And I never cursed anybody. I just know how to forget. They are having their karma back. Understand? So be very clear. Create emotional knots. I tell you, if you are holding on to that hatred, grudge, fear, unable to forgive yourself and others, you are only going to suffer. It's like you drink poison and you expect your enemy to die. No, that's foolishness. I never get agitated. I just make them get agitated. I just agitate them and leave it. Forget, you will be living in your space. They will only be getting agitated. Whoever has attacked you or tortured you. So listen, completion is not reconciliation. Completion is not remembering. Completion is reliving. All of you are clear? Now, you have written so many of your fears and the incidents when the fears started. Pick up one by one the incident. Relive means forget your present age, identity, personality, drop everything. Go back to that same age and that same identity, that same mental setup. As much as you can remember that, become that. And try to relive that incident, how it happened, step by step. Slow motion flashback. Flashback in slow motion. Relive at least 5 times. Relive at least 5 times. You will see so much of suffocation, pain, resentment, guilt, anger, feeling tortured. Everything will open up. Everything will leave your system. The more and more this powerlessness leaves your system, more you will be blissful. More you will be complete. Of course, I am here. I will also support you. I will do my job, my jadoo, so don't worry. And I will see to it you are complete. With Mahadeva's grace, as a living representative of his energy, I bless you all. Let you all achieve complete completion, complete Purnatva in your life. Let's start the process. One by one, pick up each incident, each incompletion. Relive 5 times and move to the next. Relive, relive and relive. Pain, everything to melt down and complete. Relax. Slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. How many of you already feel the completion is working for you? You are feeling relieved with many of the stress and fears. Raise your hand. Good. Even if it doesn't click, catch in the first session, don't worry. In the next deeper process, you will catch it. It is one of the alpha to omega technique. From a beginner to the professional seeker, this is the best technique. If you are new to spirituality, or you are in spirituality for last 35 years, 50 years, this is the technique. So I'll lead you into the next processes in the next sessions. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. Be blissful.
Scientists in the field of past life regression, like Dr. Brian Elvis, leading psychotherapist and author of The Same Soul, Many Bodies, Many Lives, Many Masters, and Dr. Ian Stevenson state, past life therapy can be a cure for psychological ailments like unexplained fears. For example, claustrophobia, which is a fear of closed spaces. A person relived a past life in which he was buried alive in an earthquake. Once the trauma was released, he was able to overcome the fear. Healing evidence of the claustrophobic patient. You can really understand and relate to this. It's true. If you are buried alive or got drowned in the past life, that engram gets carried and becomes claustrophobic. Not only that, even the unnecessary fears you carry. If you have the strong fear about your parents, especially father, you will project that same on me. If you had a very good relationship with the father, very loving, caring father, you will exactly project that same on me. It's a technique, very powerful technique. If you are claustrophobic now, try to meditate on that samskara. Why you feel that way? How you feel? You will open the first layer past and second layer past. Same way, if you are having the fear, projecting your past trauma or the doubt, untrusting relationships on me, dig into it. Why you are feeling that way? Why you are projecting that way? Dig into it. You will see. You are reminding the first layer past and the second layer past. It may not even be just from this birth. Because many things from this birth can be just burnt away by NSP. Samskara Kriya is enough to burn away many things from this birth. There may be something you are carrying from the past. Inability to open up, to trust is a worst hell. Because with that quality, however life is comfortable, you just can't live. It will suffocate. See, claustrophobia and living with the people whom you are not able to trust are one and the same. You have a huge house, so much wealth, but the 2-3 people with whom you are living, you are not able to trust. You will be claustrophobic in that house. Deep suffocation will be there in that house. Claustrophobia is nothing but unable to trust the space you live. Even though there is a huge space, you will feel constant suffocation. If you look on the engrams, which creates suffocation in you, go on digging,
meditating, samyama, doing samyama on it. As I said yesterday, accepting and looking through. The first layer past and second layer past will start opening. First layer past and second layer past will start opening. It's the most powerful process for the past life regression. Now, reading them with intelligence, then naturally it will all be digested. The energy part will become energy, and the intelligence and wisdom, the unnecessary part will just automatically disappear from your system. This is what I call healing the past. When you learn authentic listening to others, you will learn authentic listening to yourself. The listening is interrupted usually by inauthenticities of various levels, vested interests, fears, favors, greed, and inadequate cognitions. When you are listening to others, put all of that out and only listen. By listening to others, you will learn authentic listening. That way, you will be able to listen even to you authentically. But first, listening authentically should start from listening to others. Then you will learn listening to yourself. How? As only one complete answer, that is Guru's grace.
Yes, Nityanandam, welcome back after this wonderful and powerful sharings and the revelations that we just received from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham. How this powerful truths and the powerful cognitions will help us complete with our past, because most of the time we judge our present decisions that we take or the future changes that can happen in our lives based on the past experiences that we have experienced in our lives. So these powerful techniques not only will help us complete with our past, but they will change the way we take decisions in our lives. Like when we refer to our past, it will be such a glorious and such a blissful moment that when the completion has happened, the decision taking based on the past will be more accurate and will lead us to a beautiful conclusion in our future. So let us now take a few moments and do the samskara dahana kriya, which is completion with our past, where we'll be completing all the incompletions right from the earliest memories of our lives where we have undergone suffering. For an example, let's say that you went in a flight, or let's even say that you are sitting on a table and seeing from the tabletop, when you were as a child, seeing from the tabletop to the floor, you would have felt the fear inside you. And because of this fear, in the future of your life, where you have become into a great businessman, you are having the fear of flying in flights. And just because of this small fear, you are not able to partner up with companies that are abroad from your country and have a successful business which is continuously growing and engaging you.
So these small fears have today grown up into big, big fears where they stop our life from improving and growing. So this completion in the past will help us remove all these fears and make us successful in our lives even more. So let us now start with the earliest memory of our lives. Recall all the unpleasant moments, incidents of your lives, as well as recall each and every incident. Relive it in your inner space intensely. Relive how you cognized in that moment, how you responded. This will make you realize how much you have grown or how much you have shrunk since the incident has taken place. Reliving is a very simple thing. Reliving and remembering is completely different. Swamiji clearly says, remembering is you are sitting in your now identity, the present identity, and you are thinking or visualizing about what happened 25 to 30 years ago. That is called remembering. But reliving is a profound thing where you drop your identity as a 37, 38-year-old man or woman and you travel back 30 years before and you take on the identity as a small child who was just 6 to 7 years of age and experiencing that incident, reliving, literally living that incident again and again in your lives. This is called reliving. When you do this reliving for an incident that gave you incompletion, the incident will melt down and the completion will break, and you will see that you don't have incompletion or you don't have resistance towards that once more. After reliving, write down each memory as clearly as if you're writing a detailed story. Don't miss out on small details like you are wearing a jeans pant and you are wearing a black t-shirt. Even that is a detail. It will be very helpful to you when you go 30 years before for reliving the past incident that has happened. After reliving, after writing, relive the incident in front of the mirror of the mirror that we use for completion. If you have attended any of the inner awakening programs or the Mahasada program, in the program, Swamiji would have given a mirror to all the participants. It would have been issued for doing completion with that mirror. So take that mirror. If you're not having that mirror, it's okay. You can even take another new mirror, but have it separately for completion. Don't use it regularly. Have it separately for completion. And whenever during the program, or even if you feel that you want to complete something and you want to get out of that root pattern or thought current, whichever the suffering that you're facing from, take that mirror and do completion with it. Feel that you are talking to a person inside the mirror. Relive with the person inside the mirror. And once you have completed the mirror completion, next we'll be moving to the completion with the Atma Murti. This is a very important step in the Samskara Dahana Kriya, where you will be sharing and reliving all the incidents which gave you pain and suffering from your childhood until today. You will be reliving them with Swamiji himself. Swamiji will be there to guide you throughout the process, and you will be able to see that once you have completed the Samskara Dahana Kriya, beautifully you will get out of all the incompletions that you are facing in your life. Let us now take a few moments and start the Samskara Dahana Kriya. We'll also be projecting the instructions for all the participants. If you have any doubt, you can refer to the screen in front of you and you can continue, or will be available to you in the Zoom chat. You can chat with us in the Zoom. We'll be clearing all the questions that you are having. Let us now begin the Samskara Dahana Kriya. Yes, welcome back after this wonderful Samskara Dahana Kriya that we have just completed. So we request the participants to complete the process of sharing the incident and reliving the incident with Swamiji. Nirahara means living on liquid diet. You may think, how is it possible in today's world, living on liquid diet? It is all possible through Swamiji's blessings, where we get the initiation from Swamiji and we start the Nirahara Samyama in our lives. What does Nirahara mean? You can drink liquids like buttermilk, milk, juices as much as you want. You don't give the job of digestion, means grinding, chewing to your teeth, tongue, and your stomach. So during the Nirahara Samyama, you can consume as many liquids as you want, as many varieties and as many quantities as you want. Just during this period of Nirahara Samyama, you will not be giving the job of digestion or any form of chewing
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Jnanam. Sorry for the technical glitch. We are completing with all the participants for the technical glitch. We hope that we are visible and audible now. Let us now continue with the Nirahara Samyama. During this 21 days of Nirahara Samyama, we will not be giving any of the digestion job, means like grinding and chewing to our teeth, tongue, and our stomach. It will be completely on the liquid diet. Every moment you feel powerless, complete with psychological challenges you are seeing in yourself. During the Nirahara Samyama, more than our body feels tired, our mind will start taking over us and it will continuously tell you are feeling tired. The amount of pressure, the amount of influence that mind has on our body until today, it will take a toll on the body and it is the mind which is making us feel tired in our day-to-day lives during the Nirahara Samyama. So when we start practicing this completion processes, we start breaking our mind pattern on our body. So this is when the mind will lose its effect on the body and we can successfully complete the Nirahara Samyama. Drink water the moment you wake up, brush the teeth. The Nirahara Samyama is an age-old method of bringing health to your own body. We'll be awakening our biomemory's capability to produce the food directly from air and space. All the psychological patterns we are carrying, the mental patterns we are carrying, sufferings related to food will break when you are doing this Nirahara Samyama. Many of the people in today's world, why they are having overweight, is because they are not able to handle their stress, the depression, the suffering that they are facing in their day-to-day lives, in office, colleges, and schools. That is why they need a method to forget that suffering and be relaxed for something. So that's why they start continuously having food, snacks, and drinks. This is what makes them overweight over a period of time. But when we start this Nirahara Samyama, all the patterns, all the incompletions we have towards our food will completely break. We will learn the science, the art of producing the food directly from air and space.
Yes. During the Nirahara Samyama, all your patterns will come up and it will show where you are lacking. So it is a technique. So you can have that pattern and you can break that pattern and you can complete that pattern. So during the Nirahara Samyama, we have experienced like 21 days of Nirahara Samyama and more than year in our Kailasa, we have practiced, and each one of the Kailasa-vasis have practiced this Nirahara Samyama and we experienced the benefit of that. So it is easy, it is possible. Don't think it is impossible to live without food. It is just a pattern. If you think it, you will enjoy the Nirahara Samyama. You wanted to do more and more, and you will enrich more people to do Nirahara Samyama. And we have a separate Nirahara Samyama, the Facebook page. We have where the people are enrolling and practicing 21 days Nirahara Samyama. It's still continuously happening. So, and if you want to learn more details about Nirahara Samyama, go to our website. We have a detailed descriptions of what and all we can follow. We have to follow during the Nirahara Samyama. So
you can also see in the websites and the Facebook pages about Nirahara Samyama where endless stream of people, like literally thousands and thousands of people who have practiced this great technique come out and boldly speak out their experience of what they were able to manifest in their lives just by breaking this food pattern. You can see that so many of our success that we have to achieve, that we were on our way to achieve, will be stopped by this simple food patterns where we are not able to control our desire for the food, or we want something to just dump our thoughts and carry on. Also, we'll now be giving all the participants a few moments. We'll be sharing the benefits of the Nirahara Samyama once we are done with this revelations on Nirahara Samyama. Not just that, Nirahara Samyama is a greatest technique to overcome the biggest disorders of overeating and oversex, regaining your health, not only not knowing why you eat what you eat, what your body really needs, why you really need it, not knowing why you eat and what you're eating, trying to complete vengeance just through eating, trying to handle psychological and physiological disorders just by consuming continuous amount of foods. Process of helping you to complete all the incompletions which are trying to wrongly complete through food. Completion is the greatest technique with which we can complete our incompletions. It doesn't have to be just dumping the food on us always, where we spoil our body as well. And we are not either getting the completion out of it. We are just not remembering the incompletion for some time. Experiencing for the first time that emptiness in the heart cannot be fulfilled with food. Learning how many calories your body actually needs when you're hungry, when you need energy, or when you're trying to complete some or other incompletions by eating. Yes. Yes. Now that we have observed all the powerful cognition and the spiritual truths about the Nirahara Samyama, let us now go on a round of power manifestation where we will be seeing the object blindfolded. We request all the participants to blindfold yourself. As we know from morning that you have been continuously doing the power of third eye reading, we'll be going on another round of power manifestation for you to experience the breakthrough in power manifestation. When you start continuously every day, start manifesting the powers regularly, surely one day or the other, the power manifestation will happen and you will be able to see that you are able to manifest the power. As Swamiji has been telling when we were in Gurukul at the small age, that when you start continuously chanting the Mahavakya and connecting with Swamiji through the oneness, the space of Advaita, where you will start literally feeling, not visualizing or imagining, I'm saying that you will start literally feeling that each and everything around you is not a object or someone else apart from you. It is that they are part of you. You will start feeling that powerful cognition inside you, and this is when you will be able to connect with Swamiji very, very easily. And when you start connecting with Swamiji, you will start manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva in your lives. It will be just, you may think that why is this power of third eye reading needed, that you can read with your own two eyes. But this is not the point of it. It is the various different powers that you can manifest. Like you, whatever you say in the power of Vakshakti, it will get become into a reality. So this is just a proof of concept that we are presenting to all the participants that you can also start reading third eye and you can become demo ready, where you will be able to demonstrate other people and enrich other people with this powerful third eye process. So let us now take a few moments and blindfold ourselves. Since now we'll be projecting a picture for all the participants on the screen. Let's take a few moments and blindfold yourselves. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. We hope the participants are blindfolded now. As in a few moments, we'll be starting the power manifestation. We will be projecting the image. Yes, we can see the participants are ready with their blindfolds on. Let us now start chanting the Mahavakya, connecting with Swamiji. Don't have any self-doubt. This is the important thing during power manifestation. That what if you don't get it right? What is being projected? Because it is not you who is manifesting the power. It is Swamiji who is manifesting the power for you. So just surrender all your self-doubts and all your incompletions at Swamiji's feet and just start chanting the Mahavakya. This Mahavakya will stop your inner chatter, which is taking you away from being connected with Swamiji in the Advaita space. So let us now take a few moments, chant the Mahavakya and we'll be projecting the image. Yes, we have projected the image now. Let us now start chanting the Mahavakya and connect with Swamiji and manifest the powers of Paramashiva.
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, now slowly relax from the power manifestation. Remove your eye bands and start penning down everything that Swamiji revealed to you during this power manifestation. Type it in the Zoom chat and post it. We'll be reading it and soon we'll be moving on into the verification process.
Yes. Ma Shukrendananda has shared. She was watching something like a short video clip in her third eye area, but she doesn't know what they are. She saw the things moving, like color blue, red. And Ma Ananda Guru Purnima, can you share what has been revealed to you? Okay, so you haven't done the power manifestation. Okay, no problem. And anybody else? Zixin Wing, could you please share your revelations? Okay, now we will be projecting the image which was projected earlier. Yes, as Ma Sukrendananda has shared, it's a moving video clip. It's not a video clip, it's a picture, but the elephant is moving, elephants are moving. And she shared blue, red, so yeah, light blue is there, but red color flowers are there. Anybody else has seen this kind of images in your third eye? With this, now let's enter into the next segment, which is rewriting your future. Now we're going to directly hear from Supreme Pontiff of HINDUISM. Now let's sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in the straight line. Be in the space of listening.
I have a story for you. Two men dragging feet in the park. First man points to his foot and says, Vietnam 1969. Understand? Two men are approaching each other on a sidewalk in a park. Both are dragging their foot as they walk. As they meet, one man looks at the other knowingly, points to his foot and says, Vietnam 1969. Vietnam War 1969. The other man points his foot and says, dog crap 20 feet back. If you have not got it, you are sleeping. Both may look same, but it is not same. Listen. Because the second man knows after a few minutes his past is not going to affect the future. But the first man, his past is going to affect his future. The man who lost the leg in the past, in the war, his future is going to be affected by the past. And if you are lost in the past, you will only see the war. And I think the man who lost the leg in the war, even his handicap became his pride. Consider this line, straight line, as present moment. Now, every thought happens between past and future. Please listen. Actually, from morning I am giving you different truths about time. Now all those zigzag puzzles will fall in place if you just grasp this one. All thoughts, it can be as simple as feeling like having a cup of tea, or as complicated as politically strategizing for some victory. It can be as simple as wanting to have a cup of coffee, or as complicated as political strategizing for some victory. Any thought, thought means movement between past and future. Thought means nothing but you move to the past and future. This is past. Let's consider this as past, and this as future. The center moment, present. Where the present meets the past and future, that moment is now. This is that now. Present. Understand, if these lines symbolically represent time, means this board is the space. Symbolically, this board represents space. On space only the whole time happens. Space is the most subtlest matter on which the play of time happens. Just understand this example. Your movement between past and future is thought. Like you jump from here to there to here to there to here to there to here. That is what I call your perception about you, life, your existence. Your existence is nothing but the movements. Because till you know your real reality, as on now, whatever you know about you is nothing but your thinking. Am I right? Is there anything you know about you more than your thinking? Anybody? If you know something more about you, more than your thinking, this seat is for you. See, whatever you know about you is all based on your thinking. So, I can very comfortably assume your thinking is your reality, as on now. Am I right? So, it is all about you jumping into the past and future, past and future, past and future. That's all is your thinking. That's all is your, what you call as you. See, what I call as you is much beyond than what you call as you. So now I am talking about what you call as you. It's all about movements between the past and future. And I want you to know, it has a direct utility in your life's balance sheet. So please don't think it is some philosophy, it is some metaphysics, it is some intellectual stuff. Allow every word to enter into you. It can increase your everyday balance sheet. Double. It can increase your everyday balance sheet. So allow this understanding to set into your system. I can make you alive. The first truth: human beings are endowed with the energy to make what they want in their life as reality. Human beings are not sent as a beggar or poor to planet Earth. God is not a sadist. He doesn't say, hey, go with empty hand, and every time you need a penny, you beg me. You beg, then I will decide whether to give you or not. No. He is neither a sadist nor a miser father. He is a beautiful, graceful, amazing, showering, cosmic, causeless, auspicious energy. Asudosha Satchitananda, Shiva. So understand, you are endowed with enough of Kundalini energy, the inner potential raw energy, to make what you want as reality. That's the first truth. Second, because of your constant self-doubting, self-hatred and self-denial, you forgot your life is nothing but possibilities. You started thinking your life is nothing but impossibilities. You are alive because breathing is possible. You are alive because digestion is possible. You are alive because many things are possible. Understand, life is possibility. It is not impossibility. The wrong belief, life is impossibility, is put inside you by the society, unconscious society. So you need to know the truth, the ancient secret which produced greatest leaders in every field. Please understand the most ancient secret, secret of the secret of the secret, which produced greatest leaders of every field, still kept as a secret, transferred only from guru to disciple, in the world's oldest ancient civilization, the spiritual tradition. I am sharing that with the world. Listen. Science of awakening the inner potential bioenergy, Kundalini Shakti, and directing it to create what you want as reality. This science was available with this ancient Vedic civilization. It was transmitted from guru to disciple, guru to disciple, guru to disciple. It's called Karna Parampara, means just by listening, never by writing. Just by listening, this science was transmitted. It was never printed. This only Krishna calls as Raja Vidya Raja Guhyam, the royal knowledge, royal secret. I am transmitting that science to all of you freely, because the world now needs more spiritual scientists and spiritual healers. We already have enough of economists, business management people, lawyers more than the rats, doctors more than the cats, army people more than any number. We have too many people. Lawyers, doctors, engineers, army, media, too many. World immediately needs spiritual healers, spiritual activists, spiritual scientists, scientists with a saintly basis. A scientist we need urgently. That is why I have decided to share this knowledge with the whole world. So listen. Your inner space is equivalent to your womb. How in the womb a child can grow, another one life can grow. Same way in your inner space, whatever you want can grow and it can be made into reality. It can be delivered. It is called Hrid Garbha, Hridaya Garbha. Your inner space is called Hrid Garbha, Hridaya Garbha, Chitakasha, Chitambara. All these different words are used for your inner space. Anything you create in your inner space and ready to take the responsibility for it, understand when I use the word ready to take responsibility, I mean deserve for what you desire. I don't even want to say you have to yearn what you desire. If you are deserved for what you desire, that's enough. It is showered on you. Means, for example, you desire for $1 million. You don't even need to yearn. If you deserve, if you are not going to destroy that $1 million, or using that $1 million, you are not going to destroy yourself. If you just deserve, you will see the cosmos showers on you. Sometime the moment $1 million comes, you will drink, and you may die in 10 days. Then naturally cosmos thinks, why should you be killed? Because cosmos loves you. Just not to kill you, he says, wait. Let the money not come to you more than $10, which is for 1 quarter. You drink only that much. So, I am not even saying you have to yearn. All I am trying to tell you is, if you deserve for what you desire, you are showered. Listen, your will can never be against the will of the cosmos. Your will can never be against the will of the planets. Your will can never be against the will of the universe. Because you have not willed, planets continue to do their allotted responsibility. If you will, they always come to you. Listen, in 3 ways they come to you. If you are praying, they come to you as God. If you are declaring, they come to you for negotiation table. If you are responding from the depth of oneness, Sadashivoham, they just do what you say. Understand, please understand, the will which you have. See, all of you have will. That is why you are, even if you want, you can move your hand, you can close your eyes, you can turn your head. Whatever will you have to run your body and your mind, this will and the cosmic will which runs the sun, moon, planets, these two only quantitatively differ. Smaller, higher, that's all. They do not have quality difference. Good, bad, no. God, devil, no. This is one of the major truth, very important truth. Sanatana Hindu Dharma teaches, I should tell you, Sanatana Hindu Dharma alone teaches. Whole Upanishad introduces you, Shrunvandu Vishve Amritasya Putraha You are junior putra, son of immortality. So there is only quantitative difference. You are small and that is high. Amritasya, the state of Amritatva is bigger and you are smaller. You are putra of that. But nowhere it says there is qualitative difference. Understand? The ideas you cognize are very important for the realization and manifesting your reality. Unfortunately, you know only one rest, that is which is falling into the unconsciousness, sleep, where you don't care about things, where your complete decision not to care about things becomes predominant. Please understand. You do not know any other rest. It's so pathetic. Human beings do not know any other state for resting other than sleep. That is why always, if you want to take rest, you want to throw away things. You strongly believe irresponsibility and non-attending or disowning is the only way for rest. No. The moment you start believing disowning is the only way for rest, non-attending is the only way for rest, naturally your being likes to rest. So, it will always decide to let go, means let the past and future do whatever it wants in the mind. Let me rest. Please understand. Awareness, trying to live in the present, looks like a load on you because of your belief system. Why you don't want to live in the present? Even though you know the benefit. You know the benefit. If you have lived 10 minutes in the present, you know how many benefits. How you are alive, aware, excited, intense, passionate, and joyful, successful. You know it, but you decide not to live in present because you have a deep, strong belief present means stress, awareness means load. Till you remind your biomemory strongly, awareness means restfulness. Being in the present means deep relaxation. Till you remind your biomemory, make your biomemory understand, awareness means restfulness. Being in the present means utter relaxation. I don't know how much you are going to take, how much time and how much energy you are going to take to remind your system, awareness means restful awareness. Being in the present means deeply relaxed. All the knots being shattered. That understanding, that clarity is a basic necessity for you to consciously decide to get enlightened, to live in the present moment. The problem is not just your intellectual understanding level. See, there are some problems which can be cleared just by the intellectual understanding. But the problem related to laziness, this is the deepest layer of laziness, the subtlest printout which you carry in your mind, blueprint which you carry in your mind about the past, present, future. This is one of the most dangerous blueprint you carry. Please understand, most dangerous blueprint means living in the present is stress, just being pushed and pulled by the past and future is relaxation. I can define the meaning of ignorance. Ignorance means believing, floating in the past and future is relaxation. Being in the present is stressful effort. This is ignorance. Again and again and again reminding your muscle memory, being in the present is the relaxation and restfulness. Being in the present is the restful awareness. Entering into the past or the future is the action, doing, stressfulness. Do not associate your relaxation with some vacation place or some mood happened in the past in your life. Associate always relaxation to the Kundalini which awakens in the present moment. When you sit with restful awareness, in everybody, some part of Kundalini awakens. A shift in the awareness happens. Associate your relaxation, vacation with that shift. Teach your biomemory again and again that is vacation, that is relaxation, that is restful awareness. I can say this is sadhana. That is ignorance. This is sadhana. If you are pregnant with present, you will be delivering the future. A person who is purely pregnant with present will be delivering the pure future. In your pregnancy, if you carry the dead past also, your child will have physical, mental defects, which is your future. In your pregnancy, if you carry the pure present, you will deliver beautiful future. If you are carrying the dead past also, then your child, the future, will have the trace, suffering of the past.
Yes, in tandem again, and welcome back. So just now, how to rewrite our future is what Somaji has explained to all of us. And the key is really, always to clear your inner space from all the incompletion. Because as long as you have the incompletions, you are stuck in repetitive cycles, going through the same experiences again and again, and not being able to break free from these. So the keys to the future, as Swamiji says, are in the past. Now we have learned already about that in on the day of completion, where we learned the science of completion. Now specifically, Swamiji says there are certain patterns that we are not able to trace. Certain emotions that we have, we are not able to exactly pinpoint specific moments, specific incidents in our lives. And these are the patterns that are from past lives. So for example, you may feel like, is this really me? And you don't know where it comes from, why it is there. It could be in the form of hunger, anger, agitation, violence, conquest, fear, lust, and but you cannot trace it. It's like it's too deeply rooted in your system. Now this is what we'll be looking into right now. You're going to take a few minutes to pen down all these patterns that you're not able to trace at all, and you don't know when it started or how it started. These unidentifiable patterns, Swamiji says, are the base on which root patterns grow. So even the root pattern that you have in this life, it is based on these past lives patterns. And now you will be looking back at the first incident you remember that you reacted out of these patterns and do the completion. So first, trace, identify all of these patterns that you cannot trace, write them down, and the completion with whatever reactions you had, whatever you experienced in those moments. All right. So let's begin the exercise now. Yes. So I hope that you have completed the exercise, and we'll be moving into the power manifestation now. Don't worry if you feel that you missed some of the steps. It's more like a preparation. Everything we are doing now is more like a preparation for the past life regression process, which will most likely happen after the darshan. So we have a few more sessions in line to prepare ourselves to learn. And even with this power manifestation, we'll be intensifying our space for these powerful processes. So no issue, nothing to worry about. Now, let's get ready for the power manifestation. So we invite all the participants to tie the blindfold. And we'll be manifesting the power of third eye reading once more. Remember, as Swamiji said, man plus a third eye is God. So the more you use your third eye, your identity as Paramashiva is becoming stronger in you, overpowering all the other identities, all the patterns that you have. So let's participate authentically, intensely in this power manifestation. We'll give a few more moments. If you haven't tied the blindfold, do it now. And for those who are ready, start chanting the Mahavakya and connect with Swamiji in your inner space. Create an intense space of oneness. And let Swamiji manifest the power through you and reveal the event. Decide to have a breakthrough this time and see very precisely. Whenever you see some details, surrender once again and involve with those details. Decide to see with more precision, with more intense involvement. All right. So blindfold yourself now. We'll be showing the image on the screen. And let's get started with the power manifestation.
Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, you can remove the blindfold and start to share whatever the third eye has shown you. Even things that you just felt, and sometimes you just feel that you know what is there on the image. So however, in whichever form it came to you, just acknowledge that as a revelation from Paramashiva and share in the Zoom chat. We'll give a few moments for everyone.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham
All right. So we've read the sharings and red, blue, green, chartreuse, buildings, and gold, and with like a desert. That's very good. And white and gray as well. That's also very good. And Paramashakti is sea, jellyfish, trees, light roads, and white. Okay, so some very good things here we have. So let's have a look at the image and we'll understand. So you can recognize the famous durian fruit, and so many things that you have shared are very much connected. And what's about the trees, crops, and even the gold is definitely the fruit at the center in gold color. And Paramashakti also trees and roads. So yeah, if maybe you have seen something related to the transportation. The white color is there also, of course. White and gray is also there. It's great. All right, so good. Again, successfully seeing some of the details, some of the aspects of the image. And this power manifestation today will really help us awakening the third eye so that we can enter into this deep meditative consciousness. So thank you for participating and manifesting this power. And we'll be continuing and moving ahead into the next session now. And yes, so now we are going to learn how anything is possible. Okay, this is going to be the theme of the next session. How everything, anything is possible. Essentially, there is no limitation other than our own beliefs. We would have already learned this even on the first day on Science of Kalpataru and in many other sessions as well. You manifest what you believe. So if you are essentially convinced that something is not possible, you make it as impossible. But if you yourself are really convinced that something is possible, it will be possible. You can relate with the Hindu history, for example, how people even stopped the sun and, manifesting so many extraordinary things. You can travel the dimensions. You can remember all of the stories about the powers and extraordinary experiences that have been manifested. So there's really nothing impossible. It's just working on our cognition, our inner space. So let's enter into this next session now. We'll be receiving these sacred truths from Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, from Swamiji. And then we'll be taking a bit of time as usual in short.
Understand, take the power of rewriting your future in your hands. How world occurs to you, how you perceive the matter. Please understand, matter is not reality. How it occurs to you is reality. The good news is your occurrence can be changed. How it occurs to you can be transformed. The bad news is you are in a reality illusion. What you think as reality is not reality, it is illusion. It is the way the matter occurs to you. It is not fact. It is the way the matter occurs to you. Please listen. Your reality is the way matter occurs to you. Transforming, rewriting the world the way the world occurs to you. Rewriting the way the world occurs to you. Transforming the way the world occurs to you is what I call rewriting the future. When you complete with yourself and complete with others, the way the world occurs to you becomes different. When your root patterns loses power over your thinking, please listen. Even if you discover your root pattern, you know whenever your default thinking starts, it is because of my root pattern, I will not encourage this thinking. Even that is a great liberation for you. Once the root pattern completely disappears, that liberation is next. Even remembering whenever your root patterns guide your thinking, saying, I am not being driven by the petrol car, I am being driven by the bullock cart. I am not being driven by I am not being flied by the pilot who knows flying. I am being flied by some fellow who is in the workshop. You will know the difference. Please understand, rewriting your future. Look in. I tell you, continuously grace is flowing. Life means possibility of future. What is life? Possibility of future. But what are you doing? You seal it saying it is nothing new is possible. It is all going to be the repetition of the old. It means what? You denied yourself the possibility of life. Every decision you make for your future from the past pattern, you denied that component of life for yourself once for all. If you think creating wealth is difficult based on some of your past failure, you have denied the possibility of wealth for you once for all. If you think health is not possible for you in the future due to your past diseases, you denied the greatest possibility of health in your life once for all. If you think enlightenment is impossible for you based on your past failures, you have denied the possibility of enlightenment once for all in your life. Understand, whenever you deny the possibility, you deny your future, you deny your life to you. Anything is possible. Rewriting your future starts with this clarity. Anything is possible. All your impossibility is the projection of your past into the future. Projection of your past into the future. Listen, don't deny the future. Don't deny life. Don't deny life because of past incompletions. If at all you have to put all your struggles in one direction, that is only in one direction, liberating your future from your past, rewriting your future. That's the only direction you have to put your energy. That's the only direction you have to put your effort. That's the only direction you need to think, you need to work, you need to act. There are Puranas and Upanishads, not Upanishads, Puranas, which says that if you do this kind of sins, you will go to this kind of hell. I tell you, the greatest sin is brooding over about the happenings of the life, means not accepting the reality. See, reality as perceived by you is not the real reality. So if you want to know the real reality, you need to first accept the reality perceived by you as reality. That's the first way to open that sheath. See, Annamaya Kosha means the most gross level of reality you perceive. means most disturbed, confused, chaotic reality which you perceive as happening. Please understand. If it is reported to you through media, it is one more worst layer. If it is happening directly in front of your Annamaya Kosa, that itself is complete chaos. And if it comes to you by somebody else's chaos, chaos through chaos. Understand? Even if it happens in front of you, that is the grossest reality you perceive. Accepting that and looking into it is the first layer, first step you need to do. To experience the reality, the ultimate reality. Have patience, the tremendous patience to look into it. First, accept, then have patience to look in. Don't react. Reaction is not going to help you. Accepting and looking in, looking in, looking in with deep patience. Reality will be realized as reality only by the deep acceptance and restful awareness. Your agitated mind, the angry mind, which goes on fighting with the reality presented to you. Please understand, the reality presented to you is surely not reality, but you fighting with it is not going to make you experience the reality. But the angered, perverted, agitated mind goes on fighting with the reality presented to you. No. You are basically an enlightened superconsciousness. But with that superconsciousness, you can make a flower do what you want. You can't make a stone do what you want. Understand? There's a big difference. With that super consciousness, you can just look at a flower, it will just blossom. You can just look at a person, he will just open up. Just one small look, the person is melting. But with that same look, you cannot melt the stone. That is not possible. A crude reality cannot be handled by the agitated or unacceptable mind. First you need is acceptance of that crude reality, chaotic reality which happens in front of you. Then restful awareness. Look in, look in, look in. You will see, layer by layer, reality opens to you. But any agitation, the crude reaction to the reality presented to you makes the wound big and you carry it for ages, lives. That is what is called hell. The ultimate sin is not looking into reality. That is the ultimate sin. That is why you carry the wounds deeply. Please understand. Yesterday I was analyzing some more videos, researches, books on past life. Please understand, I am not supporting the caste system as it is available now or as we understand now. Of course, there were some misunderstandings happened, no doubt. But I tell you, some of the few things you need to understand. First thing, this is the system with minimum flaws. If you see the other civilizations, it is not that they did not have caste system. Every civilization has caste system, but their caste system is dependent on economical strength. But our caste system was dependent on the intelligence, the intellectual strength, the teachers and the people who do R&D. They were kept as the highest ladder, so that the constant amendment is possible. Please understand. Just because few mistakes have happened, you should not abuse the whole system. We should understand where mistake happened, why mistake happened, and use all the right things from that system. There are many right things. And another one thing, we go on talking that the basic theory of the caste system is human beings are not equal. Please understand, it is not theory. It was created in a very solid, clear, practical base, based on reality, actuality. Look into it. The other day somebody was asking, Swamiji, is the sex right or wrong? I told him, I am not ready to answer. I am saying this is what is there. It is reality, actuality. Every man or woman has the emotions, feelings, experiences, engrams, expressions related to sex. What can we do about it further? Let us analyze. You can't say whether it is right or wrong. Branding is not going to solve. Judging is not going to solve. It is there. It is reality. How can you work about it? If you are interested in expressing it, sharing it with other person, there is a way of life. Science, the end training, the training for it. Then entertainment in it. Then enlightenment through it. If you are interested, no, I am not interested in living with other person, I am a guy who want to live aloof, I am that kind of person. Then again, there is a science for you, entraining. And there is a way to entertain yourself, with yourself, in the extraordinary joy of meditation. Listen. Go on deciding. Go on deciding for life. And know when you need to change, even your change will automatically happen when you decide for life. For example, if you decide for wealth, thinking that is life, after some time you will realize much more than wealth, there is something in you which is more important for life. You will start deciding for that. That may be health. And after some time, you will realize more than health, something more important exists in you, that is life, that is enlightenment. So ultimately, if you go on deciding for life, you will decide for living Advaita. But when you believe money is life, don't decide for living Advaita. Then you will be hypocritical. When you believe money is life, decide for money. When you realize health is life, decide for health. When you realize enlightenment is life, decide for enlightenment. When you realize everything is life, decide for everything. You will have energy to have everything. Money, health, enlightenment, everything. Deciding for life consciously in every step makes you free from all the karma. What is karma? Karma is nothing but your decisions against life sitting in you and harassing you, putting you in incompletion. Your decisions against life which sits in you and puts you in incompletion is karma. Is karma. Your decision for life liberates you from all karmas, all fears, all negativity. Evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Listen. How much ever you hear all these things, you need to sit and internalize. That is why again and again I insist, come here, experience inner awakening. Experience completion. You will see this whole truth, deciding for life, will become your very core cognition. Kuruvan neveha karmani jijivishechadagum samaha evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. Understand? There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. This is the only way you can free yourself from all your past karma. Now decide for life, work for life. I tell you. People ask me, Swamiji, in the past I have done a lot of violence. I have eaten all the animals. I have killed so many animals. I have harassed so many people. How can I get rid of the karma? The only way, Upanishad says, decide for life. Enriching is the greatest decision for life you will take. When you enrich somebody with wealth, your karma, your decision against wealth, your karma related wealth will go away. You will be free. When you enrich somebody with food, your karma, your decision against food, that will go away. You will be free from it. When you enrich somebody with a spiritual knowledge and enlightenment, all your past karma, decisions against life, bondage created by all the past deeds, all the karma will go away. You will be free from all the karmas. You will become a Jivan Mukta. You will live Advaita. Kuruvanneveka karmani jijivisheccadaggu samaha evam tvayinanyate tosti na karma lipyate nare. Na karma lipyate nare. Learning to decide for life. Learning to decide for life. The more and more decisions you take for life, more and more you become healthy, you become wealthy, you become awakened, you become enlightened, you become being, living Advaita. I can say this is the essence of Hinduism, Vedic tradition. This is the essence of Vedic tradition. Decide for life. And when you decide Dharma is your life, when you feel Dharma is your life, decide for it. If you feel Artha is your life, decide for it. If you feel Kama is your life, decide for it. If you feel Moksha is your life, decide for it. If you feel all the four are your life, decide for it. Deciding for life liberates you from all the bondages, karma. I tell you, every problem you face is your decision taken in the past. Every obstacle you face in your life is your decision you took in the past, knowingly or unknowingly. You can decide now strongly for life. You will see everything, all the best things of life expressing itself. All the best things of life radiating itself. Upanishads are so clear. They are declaring there is no other way. Evam tvayi na anyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. If you want to be liberated from the karmas, there is no other way. There is no other way to be liberated from the karmas. There is no other way man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Kuruvanneveka karmani jijivisheccadaggu samaha evam tvayinanyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. Understand, if your decisions and actions have created certain bondage, only by deciding for life and acting, you will be free from those bondages. One more thing you need to know, even a laziness is an action by you out of your decision against life. So when you decide for life, the laziness, tiredness, boredom, hatred, anger, everything will melt down. Everything will be cleared. So decide, listen, decide for life. Decide for life. Decide for life.
Nirvanic layer. It's a very subtle difference. This layer almost doesn't exist. Almost it's an Atman, but the last step. What is the way to explore this last step? What is the way to bring out the energy? Yourself from the past. No evolution, only revolution. No evolution, only revolution. It is the moment when seed takes the decision to sprout. The seed is sprouting. The last moment, the seed will have agony. It is called dark night of the soul. The last moment, you take the decision to take the jump. You take the decision to go beyond. You take the decision with all your consciousness, with your whole energy to go beyond the body and mind, to drop all the old conditionings. Yesterday somebody was asking me, method to undo the whole thing. Can you make me again 7 years? This is the method. When you know all your whole things are conditioning, just read once more what you have written. Is the life worth living? Is this the life worth living? Just so much of desires in the out of blue, which has no base, and so much of sufferings, so much of guilt, so much of pain. Only one layer of joy, that also through the pain. Only one layer of joy, that also through the layers of pain. Look at the whole past. Actually, almost for everybody, I can say, the whole 100%, or anybody who says my past is gold, my past is golden. No. For everybody, past is more like a wound, which needs to be operated or thrown out from the being. When you decide consciously to drop the past, you actually can drop the past. Understand the few things. You can really drop the past. It is simply conditioning. When you understand it's a conditioning, can't you drop it? As long as you think it is you can't drop it. When you understand it is somebody else who has been forced on you, can we really drop it? It is simple conditioning. When you desire to drop, when you desire to stop, bring that book. You can simply very drop. We are going to drop. Anybody who doesn't want to drop and keep it can decide. No, it is option only. How can I decide for you to whether to drop or not? If anybody really feels like, no, Swamiji, it is perfectly alright, I can carry on, I can decide.
So Swami, when you said drop, is it a psychological connection with
Yes.
drop? That's what you
Psychological
There's no
connection.
emotion with all that.
And simply when you psychologically drop, even physically the whole thing changes. It can be simply be dropped. Because when you share, you emotionally also drop. Open confession is called a great technique to cross the nirvanic body, to drop the conditionings. Have you heard of the story of Valmiki? Valmiki is a great saint, respected saint. One of the great epics of India is written by him. He is the author. And he is a rishi. He underwent this open confession. He has done all sorts of criminal activities and all sorts of sins. At one time, the Narada encountered Valmiki and asked, "What are you doing? Do you know?" Valmiki told, "Oh, I'm perfectly all right." Then Narada says, "None of your family people will share your sins. Go and ask." He goes and asks everybody. Nobody is ready to share his sins. Finally, he came and confesses everything to Narada. When he confessed, something has broken in him. Something has transformed his life. Something has touched him. Then Narada initiates him, blesses him. Then the hunter dies and Valmiki is born. I can say at least 20 to 30 masters have been created by this open confession. People who have confessed, they have grown out of the thing. People who have just kept it inside, they lived their own way. You attain the fruit of writing. You see, when you write, like this, many understandings descend on you. That is just for those understandings we make you write. You come upon so many new understandings, so many new dimensions. You see, if I would have taught him that these are all self-created, people will think, "Oh, Swami is making fun of our pains." But when you understand, it becomes a great understanding. So I create a situation in which you can understand. The understanding can happen to you. If I say ready-made solution, what do you think? All right. Anyway, we will come these 2 days, let us listen what he says. But when it happens to you, the understanding, it stays with you permanently. It stays with you totally. It is all self-created. There is no right, no wrong in the existence. Only one thing which makes you totally blissful, not joyful, which makes you blissful, will make always others also blissful. That is what is right. That's all. There is no right, no wrong. Whenever it is joyful, it is different. When it is blissful, it will make others also blissful. If it makes you only blissful and others sorrow, then you understand it's a joyful, not blissful. It is only joy, not bliss. There is a subtle difference. Whatever makes you joyful, the path of Ananda, the path of bliss, that only is right. Simply live with bliss. That is the right thing. To come to these conclusions only, we are searching. That is what I wanted every conclusion to come from your side. I am churning the milk ocean. One side devil and the other side devas. Of course, not surely here. I decided to spend with the right people and right team. Sat in the Paramashiva space, organized myself properly, built a right team, right space, started doing right work. Now, we already have not only Kailasa, the Hindu nation, we are already having many countries, diplomatic relationships and recognitions. Multiple multi-level recognitions. There are some countries recognized me as a Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and given their highest honor, respect. There are some countries given even awards. Some countries have recognized the Kailasa nation, and some countries have recognized the persecution. Many of the international global bodies, including United Nations, many of the international entities, global entities, we have got multi-layer recognitions. The secret is only one. Listen. The secret is I decided to spend my time and space in right direction. That's all.
All right. Anything is possible. So yes, what Samaja really means here is that any amount of change, any amount of transformation is possible. Even people who have committed crimes, who were thieves, like in Valmiki, they became such great enlightened beings. So whatever we may have done, whoever we may feel that we are, the highest possibility for transformation is there even for us. And all we need to do is to give up the old way of functioning, the old conditioning, the old identity. And we can enter into a space where we are completely new. There's no trace of that person anymore. So Swamiji says we need to look in and understand why we wrote our story the way we have written it. Our life, why did we write it this way? Because whatever is happening to us right now, we have written it. It's something that all of us need to contemplate on. How any suffering or complication, difficulty that we face now, we decided for it at some point. Let's say that we may be struggling with money, not being able to have enough wealth. At some point in your life, you would have decided to manifest that. You would have chosen to enjoy poverty or the thought currents that lead to poverty. So whatever we face, we have created it. And now, as Swamiji was saying, we need to give up the conditioning, the old way of thinking in order to transform.
Yes. For example, if you watch children's eyes, they will be clear and empty. This is why they are in bliss. As you grow up, your eyes become filled with knowledge. Then you may have sight, but not insight, because you see through your eyes that are already filled with opinions, judgments, and beliefs. Your sight is no longer innocent. It is filtered and clouded. You see through the filter of your beliefs and conditioned memories. There is nothing new to learn from what you see because it becomes a repetition of your past memories. The learning is missing. As Patanjali is saying, making decisions based on past impressions surely will lead to misunderstandings. So if you build your perception based on all those ideas that you accumulate over your lifetime, naturally, your eyes will not be clear. You will be always influenced by the past experiences. Being innocent is like functioning from your very consciousness. It is thoughtless awareness. Until then, you function from your mind. You just sit and watch the source of every thought, every thought that rises in you. You will soon drop all the thoughts and go back to the thoughtless awareness that you had as a child. Thoughtless awareness is innocence. But this time, it will be innocence of maturity because you have gone through the process. Understand, many times when we see the enlightened masters, it seems like they are behaving like little children. In many incidences, they would almost seem childlike. It is because of the innocence that they carry in their eyes. They are in that thoughtless awareness, in that pure space without any judgment. Many times people feel that what they have done can never match Swamiji's law, whatever he is showering on them. And when they feel that they have done something wrong, they expect his eyes towards them to change. But the grace of the enlightened master is too much. He is Ashatosha, easily pleased. He's never touched by the disciples. So now let us actually enter into a small exercise.
It's just a short meditation, and sit for a few moments with yourself and go into your innocence, the space of innocence, where you do not have the influence of the mind, all the knowledge, the prejudice, the ideas, and feel the innocence, feel the purity inside you. The overflowing, let it spread through your body, through your mind, and through your being. And feel how beautiful you are when you are in your innocence. You can contemplate on that, connect back with your innocence. We do not operate based on all the past experiences and memories that you have gathered, all the knowledge, just being innocent, being in the present with awareness, without calculation. So let's enter into the meditation now.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashiva, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivam, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivam as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, These facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashiva, through the line of succession, is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivam, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivam as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info. Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through Kailasa results in the legal recognition of Kailasa as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession, is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nityananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of Kailasa, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nityananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, Kailasa, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of Kailasa. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info